It's the day after the Vanderpump Rules season 11 reunion part 3. You guys, we're done. But really, we're not done because we have so much to discuss today. We have a very special guest, and we're going to be talking about Lala's podcast came out today, and it looks like somebody got a tinge humbled, but we'll get more into it. And she wants to apologize to you all. So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about Ariana and Katie's podcast and so much more. So grab a beverage. Hopefully you're wearing something comfy and let's get started.
If you like what you see, come and get it with me. I know you deserve all you want. 'Cause your heart's made of gold, but don't wait till you're old. If you want it, I get you some.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Stand-up comedian and pop culture vulture, Joleen Lunzer here for another episode of No Offense, All Offense, where we have a live YouTube show and we talk about all of our favorite things going on in pop culture. Today, we're going to be focusing on Vanderpump Rules because what else are people talking about really right now? If you haven't already, smash that like. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. We are, I think, like 1,000. Maybe a little over 1,000 away from 40,000 subscribers. So thank you for that. I appreciate you guys so very much. If you want to support the channel further than liking or subscribing, you know the deal. You can always send a super chat while we're live. I'll highlight your comment. We can talk about it. You can send a super thanks after the video posts. Thank you to those of you who have done that. Also, a lot of you hit me up on the Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Everything is below in the description of this video. Thank you so much. And you guys have been joining the membership on YouTube and the Patreon. I am forever grateful for you guys supporting my career as a 44-year-old YouTube content creator and comedian, but mostly content creator. So I appreciate you guys so very much. Today, you know, I've been plugging this because we have a very special guest that we love, and I've pinned her channel in the live chat. I've also put it in the description of the video as well as her socials where you can go follow her. I want you guys to follow her if you haven't already. Show her all the love, okay? Because we are going to be talking about so much stuff today. And you know, we're very opinionated. Thank you, Sean J, for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you. Now, her and I are going to be giving our opinions, but that doesn't mean that has to be your opinion. You're welcome to have your opinion in the live chat or the comment section. As long as we're being respectful of one another, we can agree to disagree and not be offended.
That's my opinion!
However, this is no offense, all offense, because ultimately somebody always gets offended. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to bring my guest up. Please show her all the love, the wonderful Christina Cocca.
Hi.
Hello, friend. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm so excited. I'm much more well-rested than I was the last time I appeared here, the first time I appeared here, because I knew I was coming on today, and how I felt last time where I just was like barely staying alive. So I was like, I'm going to sleep. I am getting rest. So I'm here.
I love it. And I like you well-rested, unrested, however you want to show up, Christina. We're just glad that you show up because we are obsessed with your content. We're obsessed with you, obviously. I have just
Obviously.
what I think is like, I think I'm your friend now. So that's just a thing.
Yes.
Like now we're friends.
I'm not crying today. God damn it, Joe.
And if anybody cries, they cry. Who cares? Okay. We're feeling all of our feelings today. We're having fun. We're going to have a comedic look. We're going to have a passionate look at things. And that's kind of what we're going to do. And we're going to highlight super chats and comments as we go along. Evelyn, thank you so much. Evelyn says, Jolene, you're the best. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Evelyn. You're always such a sweetie. I appreciate starting off the first super chat of the live. You're amazing. Christina. Okay. Last night I went live and I talked all about part 3 of the reunion. I obviously said all the things. I mean, I can always say more, but I want to know your feelings. Do you have any? I mean, I know that's kind of asking a lot, but are there any specific moments in the reunion that you just need to get these feelings you have off your chest about?
I don't even know if the phrase would be like off my chest because I wasn't as like emotionally exhausted by the end of the episode as like I have been, but it was emotional. And I mean, again, I do live stream watch parties on my TikTok, and I do a replay. And I think I replayed it. We watched it 3 total times. Like, I just kept replaying
Oh my gosh.
it. Well, because we watched The Valley too, which sometimes I don't stream after, because I'm like, I'm not in I think I've told you this before, like, I'm not in a place to receive this emotionally right now. But I felt like I had the room, the bandwidth. So we watched that, and then I replayed the reunion twice, because I just was like, there was so much conversation that was actually like worth hearing, or not that it's not worth hearing, but making sure I heard, versus just like the chaos of last year where it was just like yelling and name calling, which was still love that for me also. But but you know, there was just like a lot of actual conversation and exchanging back and forth. So anyway, there are a couple things that really stood out to me. One, I was not expecting Lisa to defend Ariana when they put that clip in of her saying, like, sometimes it's okay to walk away or something in the trailer for the reunion. And I was like, here comes Bojangles with her wrong opinion. But
I love the Bojangles.
but and the second thing that stood out to me was watching Ariana's face, which I didn't notice until I watched again this morning, because I need to watch it by myself after those streams to just like really watch. And as Lisa was talking about, like, you know, her choosing to leave Beverly Hills, and I didn't want to reunite with these people, and, you know, to say that Ariana wasn't honest, like, yes, she was, she showed it all, blah, blah, blah. Ariana's face was like that chin, that, like, you know, where you're like really about to cry. Her chin, her eyes were watering. Like, she just looked like shocked that Lisa was taking her side at all, because, you know, Lisa doesn't really open. Lisa's disagreement with Ariana, I think sometimes is like loudly subtle. You know, that's an oxymoron, I know, but but Ariana her face was so emotional when Lisa was doing that, and that was something that definitely stood out to me. Also, Sheena's eye movement, or lack thereof, when they were playing the finale party footage. Like, I don't call people bitches, but I was like yelling bitch a lot last night. But also I said, like, Sheena looks like the new Bambi-eyed bitch, which I mean because of her eyeballs bursting out, not because she's a Bambi-eyed bitch. But she looked like literal deer in headlights. Like, her eyes were just like, and
That's like a perfect impersonation of it, because look at
and when she did move her eyes, she was like at Ariana, like in Ariana's direction. You could tell she was like, oh my god, oh my god. And I also am wondering if they didn't, and also, well, before I get there, Lala's face was just like,
oh,
just, I don't know how to like that, where she's like, like, she's just trying to figure out if she's gonna, like, I don't know if she stands by it or not. I don't know. She's just trying to keep it together, I guess.
yes.
But the thing I was gonna say just now is, I wonder if is what they showed, this is like really Inception, like, is what they showed us that they were showing them what they showed them? Because
whoa, Leonardo DiCaprio, calm down. What is it?
I love Leo. He will be my number one top celebrity. Like, you know, that question of like, who's your hall pass kind of thing or whatever, any form of that question, Leo's my number one always for all time. Fun fact: Titanic Leo, Inception Leo, whatever Leo.
Romeo and Juliet Leo for me, because I'm a little older than you. So when I was 16,
I remember Romeo and Juliet. But I remember because I was like, I don't think I want to watch that. It looks violent. Like, so but I remember being like, that boy's really cute. And then Titanic. Well, Titanic, I was
Violet.
still pretty young for. You're 8 years, almost 7 years younger because my birthday's soon. But yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was like I think Romeo and Juliet 1986 was like my sexual awakening. I was everything, the soundtrack, everything. To this day, I'm still like, whatever Leo's doing now with who he's dating, I'm like, quit ruining my thing.
Listen,
like,
also
quit ruining it.
Because there was a guy who like we were having this conversation and he said something about like too bad he like only dates whatever 18-year-olds. I was like, you know what? Actually, they're consenting adults, okay? They're not 18, they're like 26 and like we'll let him do whatever he wants. Like I was very defensive and I was like, I really don't like that you're it's very Lala. You're bringing this out of me. Like I don't really like that you're putting me in this position to defend age gap relationships, but they're consenting adults. So whatever. Anyway, also
Whatever. We don't want to.
I don't know if you're a Dumois like reader. I used to be way more than now because now it's just like before I felt like it was actually like it was actual like gossip worth spreading versus just like here's all the rumors I've heard. No offense, all offense.
Yeah. No offense, all offense.
But at least it was a few years ago. Like when you had. In the olden days of 2020, you had to like answer a series of questions before you could subscribe to the Dumois newsletter, or when Dumois was like a private Instagram account, you had to like answer questions that before they would approve you to follow them. And the questions were mostly about the nicknames that they have for the celebrities that they talk about. Like John Mayer is couch fucker.
No.
And Leo's nickname is Headphones Dino Bones because apparently he likes to either listen to music or listen to his headphones when he's like doing stuff, and he's obsessed with like dinosaur like skeletons and bones and archaeology.
But is he listening to like an archaeology podcast?
I don't think so. I don't think so. If I'm describing that wrong and somebody knows, because I can see the chat. Last time I didn't even realize I could see the chat during the live. Now I can. And I'm trying actually not to look at it. Let me go full screen because I'm getting really distracted.
No, I have heard that about Leo wearing headphones during his sexy time. I didn't know he was that obsessed with dinosaur bones.
Well, I don't think he's listening to things about dinosaurs when it's happening. But
okay.
But yeah. Anyway.
No.
Anyways,
but we digress. On a Leonardo DiCaprio
we digress.
tangent.
So yeah, back to the Inception, which is is what they showed us what they showed them? Is what they showed them what they showed us that they showed them? because they didn't show, like, we didn't witness them viewing the part where Sheena was saying, I agree with you, Lala. I agree with you. And just so you know, like, I'm going to take your side on that. Do you remember that part? Like, that wasn't in there. And
I feel like we saw a little bit of it, right?
Well, we saw Sheena agreeing with Tom. We saw Sheena saying, like, I know you've been a good friend.
Oh, yes.
And then Tom's like, I'm sorry. I make it so hard for you.
I know, Tom. And then I love it because Sheena has,
I know, because you haven't been a friend, and that's why I'm struggling.
Perfect little, like, little things.
I can't with the
I know, Tom. I know.
Like, I literally, this is not even a joke. I wore that as my hairstyle when I went to not even senior prom. I don't even think it was junior prom. It was like sophomore homecoming. I wore my hair in like a thing back here with, I mean, they were on the, it was parted on the side and not the middle, but just like those two hot girl strands. And it's all she's wearing. She hasn't, does her scalp hurt? Like, she's just got these tight high ponies and buns. But anyway, they ended whatever they were playing after the Lala part. And there was a lot of, or not completely after it, like they skipped from her saying, and she moved on with 8 days, it stayed under the same roof, to then Lala's little like walk down memory lane thing, which also I remember talking to you about, saying like, I don't love that Lala was the narrator of that, but I also realized watching it again last night, like, who else could have done it? Because people were like, Katie should have done it, and she's been on the show since the beginning. But whoever was doing that thing would have had to not be on Ariana's side in order to like say whatever was being said during those flashbacks. So I don't know. Those are the things that stick out to me. The last thing that really sticks out, that is a video I'm going to make that I will need like some Pepto or something to get through, is Tom Sandoval's like hardcore commitment to making gross sexual jokes at the end of whatever he's saying. Like he just, me and Katie are gonna go bang it out. And then whatever he said last week about lockjaw and shitting out a condom, and then he said he did. There was another one he said last night.
Nothing up below the waist with Jack.
Yeah, nothing below the waist.
Yeah,
like,
and then Andy's like, and I'm like, Andy, no.
There's so much. Oh, that's what I was. Okay, I'll pause there because the next thing I was going to say, I won't forget about the secrets revealed thing, but I'll pause here. No, I'm going to say it.
Yes, it's
in the secrets revealed, which usually they put out the week after the reunion, but they put it out on Peacock, and in it, Tom is out. The Toms and Kyle Chan and some other guy are out to dinner, and Schwartz asked Sandoval how many people he has had sex with since he like broke up with Raquel, and his answer was 3. So at the time, at some point prior to the end of August, he had slept with 3 people. And he said and that's fine. I'm not, people were slut shaming Raquel a lot, saying like, she's the vanderpumprules bicycle. Everybody gets a ride. I was like, that is not the problem here. Having sex with people is not the issue. It's deceit. Like, so I'm just not here for those kinds of comments. So I'm not slut shaming Tom Sandoval.
I regularly slut shame Tom Sandoval because I think
non-informed women. The uninformed consent thing, that's worth shaming. Like, there's a lot of elements of having sex that are shameful if not done properly. Anyway, so he said 3. Somebody just said if he says 3, there are probably 7. Bunny chic chick. Because it's like, oh, well, if you're willing to admit that, what are you not willing to admit? So it's already like, I already was like trying to piece together when the 3 and who they would have been. So that girl T, that little petite, the singer girl that Ariana was like, how old are you? And she said 25. And Ariana says, that makes sense.
That was my favorite when she came up to her.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. That tracks. So they slept together? I thought that was just like
I don't know. I don't. I'm just trying to put together in my mind who the 3 would be, because this was. I don't think he was dating Victoria at this time. I think he started dating Victoria towards the end of September, which people didn't know, but I knew.
You had the insider.
But yeah, and then he said like, oh, the first one was like, it was really hard, which I thought he was going to make an innuendo about, but he didn't. But he was like, it was really hard, because it was like, just like that first one, like getting over Raquel, and
getting over his mistress.
Yeah, like
this dude is the worst.
Anyway, I know who the other one is. I know who the second one is. Because not because I know, but I'm like piecing together, which is the time they got caught in, it was a very short blip of the rumor mill. I'm going to let you talk in a second. I swear I'm almost done. Where
I want to hear this.
There were pictures of the Toms, or at least Tom Sandoval, and then his married drummer apologist, Jason.
Laptop boner.
Getting into a car like after going out one night, I think from Schwartz and Sandy's or Tom with girls, and there was like a girl sitting on his lap. That's the other one. That's number 2.
I always thought that was.
I'm assuming
it wasn't Victoria. No,
it wasn't Victoria. It was a different person.
Oh, who was that? Because I remember seeing that picture.
It was some person. I don't care who Kara says who cares who he slept with. I don't care. I just want to know. It's not keeping me up. Anyway, that just was fascinating to me that even that they included it alone, just the fact that they included it, or that he said it knowing he was on camera, which also just would suggest even further that it's more than that. And the last thing I will say about secrets revealed for now, Ariana did not appear they all went back to reshoot the confessional face-to-camera interviews because Lala is like visibly more pregnant. It's clearly more recent. And the pairs were the Toms, Lala and Sheena. Ariana was not in it at all. And Katie and James were together.
Oh my gosh, who would have ever thought?
So somebody at Bravo, somebody over there has been listening and maybe saw my video about their friendship because all of the comments were so excited that they've become friends. And they were like, why am I crying about this? And so Allie came in at one point with James, but Katie and James were like together.
So no Brock? No Brock?
Oh, I think Brock did come in at one point with Sheena.
Okay.
As he should have for the reunion and then left. I don't know why he was there the whole time. Jo was not in it. There were scenes with Jo that they showed, but that were cringy.
Oh, Jo said that Jo had mentioned on one of her live streams, maybe with her friend or something, that they were
secrets
they were
revealed will show a whole lot.
Yeah, that it was going to show us some like montage of Schwartz and her. Did we see that? Like a cute little montage?
It wasn't a montage, no, but there was a scene where Jo brought Olive Garden over to Schwartz's apartment and they like ate salad and breadsticks together, and in the and they were, they
Probably
were
on
clear.
The floor.
They just were talking about they laid down on the floor and
hands,
were like,
I'm
what?
sure.
Okay, but wait until I tell you what they did.
Oh God.
I'm gonna take a hold on. I have water in this.
To cough.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And there's a picture of me, by the way. Snapchat gave it to me when I was a partner for them when I was at Now This. Here I am. Being
I love
thirsty.
it.
Anyway, I'm gonna hold on.
Okay. I'm excited.
What I just did. They did that with Olive Garden salad dressing.
No. Oh, that tracks with them.
Out of the bottle. Both of them. Jo was like, Schwartz like ripped the cap off the bottle and was like chugging it. And then Joe's like, let me have some. And then like took a swig. And I was like, what? I almost threw up. And then, Teresa G, whose feet were dirtier? Jo said, whose feet were dirtier? Maybe Schwartz said it, and they stuck their feet up. Schwartz's were dirtier, but they both had dirty feet. It was vile. Like, I did not walk away from it thinking, like, I mean, if anything, sure, they probably are meant to be together, because what in the god-awful, what was that? Jesus, I'm just brief. Just as when that scene starts and Joe's getting out the breadsticks, just brace yourself, people, because the salad dressing chugging from a bottle. Listen, if I saw Stassi do that with ranch, first of all, she wouldn't, okay? She wouldn't even stoop that low. She will have a ranch dressing fountain at a party where usually chocolate goes, but whatever. But because it wasn't like even if it was like a squeeze cat bottle, and they were like a whipped cream shot or something, like whatever. But the way they put their lips over the whole top of the salad,
not
dressing,
the whole top.
I mean, it was full. It was full mouth.
Oh my God,
dude. And and it was like a glass bottle of like the Olive Garden salad dressing. Like, cause I can tell.
I didn't even know you could get that.
Yeah, I only know that they bottle stuff like that now because when I lived in Florida, we would go. They didn't have what is that? The hibachi thing. What's like the main one? The big chain.
Oh, Benihana.
Benihana. We didn't have that. Yep. It was called Kobe. It was called Kobe's Steakhouse, like Kobe beef. And the white sauce, I loved it so much. And eventually they bottled like the Kobe sauce or Benihana sauce or whatever. So you can like buy all that stuff. You can buy Chick-fil-A sauces in bottles.
Oh yeah, you can buy that at Costco. I do know.
I would know.
I do know that.
Polynesian sauce is my favorite. I like sugar. I don't know. Anyway.
I'm not looking forward to that. I haven't watched Secrets Revealed yet because I was shocked that it came out so quickly.
Yeah.
I needed like a minute to digest what we've just watched. I'm going to recognize a couple of the super chats here. Thank you so much, Michelle, says Joleen.
Thank you for my spiel.
Oh my God, I loved it. Best Spice Girls ever. Love you too. Thank you so much. Chickenhead PK Neely said, thank you for doing this. Lindsay Aldworth, thank you so much. Love your blanket, Christina. I was just complimenting Christina on her blanket.
A lot of people ask where I get it, and it was a gift from my dad for Christmas because we watched The Office together, and I asked him, and he said, honestly, I saw it in an Instagram ad. So
that's so cute.
But I have a post like where I go through all the things that are on it because it's all
adorable.
Like, just, but
and fun fact, Lala said on her podcast, Lala, she had never watched The Office.
Of course she hasn't, because she's not actually a cool person who feels joy.
Amy, no flippin' why says Secrets Revealed is on Peacock now. I have not seen it yet. Love seeing you.
Fun Run Rabies.
Thank you.
Rabies for the cure.
That is the best. Karen, thank you for the super sticker. PK, Chickenhead PK Neely says, in the rainforest, we have one grocery store. We can get the sauces and Tim Tams. What's Tim Tams?
Isn't that, I think that's like a Canadian or an Australian like candy or cookie.
Cool. Tim Tams.
Or
Lindsay,
English.
thank you for the super sticker. That is amazing. Okay, so it was like seeing Lisa defend Ariana, that moment I was kind of I wasn't kind of, I was recording it from my phone on my television while pounding chocolate chip cookies my husband got home from Sprouts, and I played little clips of it last night because I was talking with cookies in my mouth, Christina, and when Vanderpump completely took up for Ariana, I was like, Lala, do you feel stupid yet? Like, you were used as a pawn. You thought you could do something that you couldn't do, and you were willing to sell yourself and sell your soul for the almighty dollar or the hope of the show going on. And now they are all willing to throw you under the bus. And she felt stupid.
I think that when they showed them backstage getting changed after she said, she expressed something where she was like, and so to see Lisa, blah, 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 are you kidding me?
Like, so mad.
The other part of the reunion, which I'm sure you loved, because it was just perfect comedic timing and levity, not brevity, was Katie's earring getting stuck on Ariana's hair. And also, I was wondering how they ended up getting into that hugging position from the photos, and to know that like Ariana's just sitting there upset and Katie says, come here, like and then like they got stuck and like her boob almost fell. It was beautiful. I loved that.
I loved it too, and I thought it was such like a Lucy and Ethel, like an I Love Lucy moment that we just needed. I mean, back in the day, they would say Teresa and Jacqueline were they would call themselves Lucy and Ethel, but I think now for like the modern day, we have Katie and Ariana, and you're right, it was just something we desperately needed, that little break of some kind of levity, like you said, something to save us from what we just, everything that Lala was saying. And I know I have a screenshot of it here, and it was so cute. And I thought Katie and Ariana both stayed very strong in taking up for one another, sticking up for one another, having each other's backs. And that was great to see, as they're just being like stabbed in the back constantly. Lala would not give up trying to throw Katie under the bus, and would not give up trying to villainize Ariana, and everyone hates Ariana. And I'm thinking, Lala, how cruel are you that you literally have already the Toms that'll go at Ariana, you have Jo, she doesn't give a shit, you have Brock that'll do it, and now you are trying to get her only, you have Sheena, you're trying to get a freaking Katie to do it, her only ally?
I have so many more things that I just recalled even just listening to you just now, which the other thing because Ariana is such a class act. We never hear how she feels about Rachel Raquel Bambi. Just never shutting up about them. And last night, when her and Tom were talking directly to each other, which also just was striking to watch because they were talking to
there was like
each other.
eye contact.
And her saying like you doing this and you doing that, was like just the fact that it was direct was like, oh. But she said during that exchange, she's her voice went up a level and it got really high pitched because she was so upset. She was like, and this bitch just keeps talking about me. Like, so that also was really, that's something we would never hear her say because she never brings them up. Nope. You know, like, and so to see her and hear her say, like, she just keeps talking about me. Like, the other thing, oh my God, Lala, Brittany and Jax aren't on the show. Please shut up. We don't care about your nanny or the babysitter. You sound insane. You look like a moron. What the fuck are you doing? Oh my God. Shut up.
I felt like she was setting up her storyline for the Valley, her transition. It's like she keeps selling this and it's something we didn't need. And I am someone who is not a huge Britney fan. I don't like Britney or Jax. I do enjoy the Valley, but I just don't enjoy either of them. But I said I'm totally willing to be team Bear Chise. If Lala comes for Britney, I am all in team Britney. I will fight for her on this channel. This will be a Britney Cartwright fan account.
Well, you already know my experience with Britney and Jax, so I'll join you there happily. But you know, it's not like I'm like a Britney stan or something. It's just in their whatever, I'm on her side more than Jax is. Well, and definitely Lala, because my 63-year-old mother would have reached through the phone and slapped that hoe. Lala.
That's so ridiculous.
I'm going to need you to relax. Okay? Tupac doesn't want to be awoken. Let the man rest in peace. You won't let the man rest in peace. My God. Slap a hoe? Your mom would have slapped that hoe through the phone?
Oh, your mom, Lisa from Utah, Lauren from Utah,
Lisa Birmingham would have slapped that hoe.
Became the
because she compared my babysitter to her nanny. She would have slapped that hoe.
Oh, I'm my God.
In your 16 and pregnant prom dress, Lala, chill out, please.
In the David's Bridal.
And also, it's like it is very David's Bridal. Although I'm not here. Listen. I'm not gonna shame. I don't appearance shame. I don't body shame. But I'll style shame. I'll do that.
Of course.
And that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna pause before I say something dumb. I'm sorry.
No, you're never saying anything dumb. Susie Q, thank you so much for the super chat. Susie Q says, it stinks that it took all season up until part 3 of the reunion, but I am glad that the women took over and relegated the men to second strings players. They were full force. I mean, that is a good point. Thank you, Rhonda, saying that we are the best. And Chickenhead says, I wanted to know why we had a segment for the Valley. Yes, on the reunion last night. I don't care about the Valley when I'm watching Vanderpump Rules. I will deal with the Valley when I watch the Valley.
The Valley. And also the app Vanderpump Rules. Just give the Valley their own after show. My God. Like half of the app, which I didn't watch that till today either. And listen, I was in hysterics watching the Valley last night. I was loving life. It was wonderful television. Those hooligan husbands out on that pontoon boat. It was incredible. I wish I watched the Valley 3 times last night instead, because it was great. It was great TV.
I haven't watched it yet because just like you, normally I cannot process the Valley until I fully process Vanderpump Rules.
So again, I'm not hating on them being in the after show. I'm hating on the tomfoolery that Bravo keeps attempting with lumping them in there. Just let me choose to watch them on the after show. I'm trying to get tea about this. And also,
Exactly.
Ariana and Katie were none of what they said in the after show was in there. They barely had anything for Vanderpumprules to even say in the after show, because it was like they were talking about old scenes and old situations so much. It was so far gone.
Yeah, Lala was talking about something that was pretty old, and I forget now what exactly she was talking about, but I do
In the
want
after show?
Yeah,
Or on
and
the
it was on the after show, and it was with Brittany. Oh, I think her fight with Kristen. Her being upset with Kristen. Or maybe I was watching a clip of a different after show, but I
don't know.
noticed
They talked
her,
about Kristen a lot, about like,
Yeah.
has she grown?
Yes,
has Kristen
that was the
grown as a
conversation
person?
they had,
And
and
they
it
were-
was they were
were
saying
so
she hasn't
mean.
grown. They were so mean. Lala was really mean about Kristen, and this really all stems from, well, I mean, history, but also Zach Peter. I don't know if you know Zach Peter, but
I know who he is, yeah.
Yeah, so he's a content creator, Bravo creator, podcaster, friend, and I have done a couple of his live shows with him where I'll like do stand up front, and then he has like panels where he's interviewing people, and I was at the interview with Gigi and
Gigi,
Reza
that's
and
what it was.
Kristen.
That's what it was.
Yes, where Gigi was coming for Lala, and it was amazing to watch. And Kristen
miss Joss
apparently
a lot.
didn't. I know. Apparently, Kristen did not stick up for Lala in a way she thought. So now Kristen is she's been basically mad at her ever since.
It's like she's acting as if Kristen's the one who said it. That's how, and this is coming from someone who has not. I know about the situation, but I haven't seen the thing that you were present for.
Mm-hmm.
But like, her anger is like, I don't know, man. I can't. I just don't even know. I don't know what her checklist of acceptable behavior is.
It's impossible to please her as a friend, which we saw last night. Sheena struggling. It was so unhealthy. The relationship that Sheena, and let's talk about that Sheena and Lala have is so uncomfortable, to the point where Sheena is full on codependent, looking right to Lala, being like, is she going to be mad at me? It's so sad. Amalesh, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Hopefully you had a good shift last night. I think you said you were going into work at the hospital. I am so impressed and inspired by Ariana's grace. I also love you both. Y'all are awesome. Jolene, my book of poems will reach. You're giving me your book of poems? I can't wait to read it. I will totally talk about it on the show, and tell us where everyone can purchase it and all that stuff. That's amazing. Oh my God. I did minor in creative writing, and I used to be a really shitty poet in college, and I was very melodramatic, and yeah, so that's near and dear to my heart. Oh, it was not.
Excuse
you
me.
can pick up a couple college prologues and read things I had published.
Oh my God.
And it was like,
I had an essay that was published in the in college, in the student library, English department book of essays that they put out every year. And when I went back to visit Florida, and they were like, oh, I would be drunk out downtown, well, I'm a published writer now.
oh my God.
It was about
I probably did
the
that.
article. The essay was about the impact of the overconsumption of beef on the environment.
That is,
I'm like, I am a published writer.
Christina, that is amazing. Do you know that my mom would save all my articles, and she brought them to me, and I would write letters to the editor too, even though I worked at the paper for a time. And my mom recently, and I have this one by me, and it says, this is how long, look at, this is actual print. It says, reader replies to conservative view. This is me from 2000, I don't know, 2002, 2003. And I was talking about some guy that wrote in, and we had differing political views, and I'm talking about Senator Trent Lott and Rick Santorum at the time. I just thought I was so smart.
Same. I'm so glad, and because I know we talked about this last time I was on, but I'm so glad that my college newspaper was still printing out a paper when I was on it, because I have a fucking stack, and there's a picture from my college graduation where like it's me and my dad and my cousin, like just walking. It's like a candid photo or whatever. And my dad, as a former journalist himself, or current kind of recovering journalist, is holding a copy of like the paper. And it just like, it just looks so like, look at this little like reporter family. Like, so I'm right there with, and listen, it was cool at the point. It was smart, or not at the point, at the time. It was like our best accomplishment by then, and it was worth being proud of. Okay.
We were so excited. I think I had like I don't remember what my beat was. At one time it was like faculty senate, which boring, bring a book, no one was reading it. But then I got to write about the upcoming,
so serious.
Right? Me too. And then I got to write about the upcoming skate park that was going to be built in River Falls, Wisconsin, and how excited we all were, because I only dated skateboarders and dudes who smoked Marlboro Lights. So I was very excited.
A video news story about a new bus stop on campus. Where we literally
hard-hitting journalism.
We profiled a student who took the bus. Okay. It was very important to the Northridge, California community.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Final thing, and then we'll get back into it.
Anyway.
My mom also,
how did we even get here? How did we? I literally don't know how we got here.
I think it was like talking
Sheena
about
and Lala's friendship. Sheena and Lala's friendship.
Yes, Sheena.
Okay, let's
so
take.
toxic.
Oh, because some.
So toxic.
Yeah. Well, so there was a moment when they all were like done and standing up, and Sheena said to Brock, like, I don't know if she's still mad at me, or I think she's still mad at me. And in the moment, I thought she meant Ariana. But now, I think she meant, yeah. And because the way, the way, like, Katie walked over to her, or not Katie, I'm sorry. The way Sheena walked over to Lala with her back towards Ariana and Katie, being like, is there anything else I can say?
It was so bad. I can't believe that Sheena is a woman she's in her late 30s, right? And these are the kind of friendships that she has. I feel like Sheena, honestly, like this is not the kind of friendship.
It's sad to watch.
It's very sad to watch, and I think therapy would definitely help with that. But the how afraid she was of pissing off Lala, and just how she is, you can tell that Sheena is very, she's just on edge constantly, and just very, and the people pleasing, and it's a lot.
And she did talk about it a little, in a inching closer toward self-awareness moment.
Inching. She's 39? Oh,
she's
Sheena,
taking
come on,
those.
Girl.
Ariana's 38, almost 39. She might be 39 by now. Or this summer she'll be 39. So Sheena is 39. Lala's younger than both of them. Lala's younger than I am by like just a couple of years. But she's in her 30s. But Sheena, what was I going to say? Oh, the self-awareness. She was like, if I'm not loud enough or I'm not vocal enough. First of all, you're plenty loud. You sound like a honking, like, geese field. Like, just flock of geese. But, so loud and the volume's not your issue, Sheena. But I know what she meant. She meant, like, figuratively loud enough. But she's like, but I do seek that validation, not only from men, but I seek that validation, and I am scared that I'll upset somebody and da-da-da. Like, but she just lives in fear, and it makes me sad. Like, and
it is
back
sad.
when I was talking about, like, I think Lala, this was like mid-season or early season, I was like, I really think Lala's issue at the core here is financial, and that's like pre her admitting it. Like, don't fumble my bag kind of thing. And I was like, I think that's part of Sheena's issue, but Sheena has many others that she's like like inner demons that she's like battling with all the time. That I don't think that's Sheena's only issue. Like, but it's like, it just makes me sad to watch. It's hard to watch. Like, genuinely it is.
And then it's like you have those feelings of where you're like, oh my God, this is so hard to watch. And then you see her go, oh, when is anything ever going to be about me? Can I have anything?
Like, you're sad until you're like, shut up.
And then she's like, the fact I forgot, Christina, I don't know if you forgot about this, but I forgot until they played it because so much has happened this season that Sheena actually said while she was out to eat with Christina Kelly and Katie and Lala that Tom Sandoval was more upset over his friendship breakup with her than with his romantic breakup with Ariana.
I have two things to say. One's Karen in the chat with a really cute dog as the picture. It looks like a Maltese or Maltipoo of some kind.
Yeah, the OCD. Mm-hmm.
The OCD, and I know that. And I, you know, Joleen and me alike will not, you know, joke or whatever, assign or blame anything on like a mental illness. Like or a mental health thing
issue. Yeah.
I don't want to call everything an illness, like just a thing about, it's just a thing about them. Diagnosis. But I also attributing everything to that is as problematic as not considering it. You know what I mean? Like, like, so I know that she battles with that, but she's still who she is as a person. Like, you know, and that was my problem with like people speculating about Jo or Raquel and the spectrum and anyone's presence on it is like, that's not the point.
Yeah.
But the other thing I was going to say is when Ariana or whoever pointed out the scene you just brought up when she was like, do you think Tom is more upset about losing you as a friend than losing Ariana? And she said, yes, I do. And then she interrupted. She interrupted in that being brought up during the reunion saying, I was asked that question, first of all.
Doesn't mean that the answer is correct. Like,
so?
Who would say that? Who would honestly
That's how you answered it. Oh wait, somebody just sent you $900?
No, I think he lives in Mumbai, so it might be rupees. Is that rupees? Maybe?
Oh, it's
I don't
a
know.
different.
I'm not.
Okay, I was
currency.
like, what's the conversion? Oh my God, I need to live stream on YouTube a lot more.
I'm gonna take it as that. It's still amazingly generous. Chumbawamba, thank you. Sheena and Lala have the same issue. Control. That is a great point. Amalesh, thank you so much. In my psych med student
Sandoval,
rotation,
interesting.
Yeah, we had to discuss narcissistic personalities, not necessarily as a disorder. In the media and Sandoval's speech at last year's reunion gave my class a lot to analyze. Amalesh, just out of curiosity, is that what drew you to Vanderpump? Not that you couldn't have already been a Vanderpump, but was that kind of what drew you there? Is studying our like medical students now, Christina, studying Tom Sandoval?
I mean, there are a lot of people in the, I don't know if that would be, I'm just going to say medical field, I guess, like medical field, whether it's studying or in practice, psychology, medicine, practical
practitioners,
medical practitioners, nurse practitioners, psychologists, whatever. A lot of people in my live streams who watch with me who will give their sort of like, not like Dr. Drew. Not like that.
Oh, he's the worst. He said
not like that.
Tom
not like Dr. Drew. Not like Dr. Oz. Not like Dr. Phil. Not like any of them. Thanks, Oprah. Well, Oprah didn't bring Dr. Drew, but anyway, I digress.
She did bring Dr. Phil.
She did bring Dr.
Adam Carolla and Loveline brought Dr. Drew.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about. I'm gonna throw oh my God, I don't want to mess it up. Let me just Google it before I
Okay, NYCMP, yes, VPR drove us to the medical profession. There's also like what I was made aware of last season is that there's a lot of
Sorry, I'm so
therapists
sorry.
and mental health professionals who have channels here, and they were asked by viewers to take a look at the whole Sandoval situation, and so a lot of them did deep dives into Tom's behavior and Rachel's behavior, and it was
I'm so sorry,
interesting. No, you're fine.
I'm so sorry. I'm not laughing at that.
Okay, did you find what you...
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. That's why I'm laughing. It's just anytime anybody brings up Dr. Phil, because one of my friends and I like quote this to each other all the time because there's like a TikTok or something mixed where they put it to the like da ba da ba da da and it's Dr. Phil. It's Dr. Phil like saying, he's like, open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows, you dumb whore. I'm gonna lay in the street and I'm gonna hit you with my car or something.
Was he quoting someone who was on his show?
He wasn't quoting, but he was like, yes, he was saying like somebody would have. He wasn't saying that he was going to do those things. And at the end, he's like, "You're a whore. You're an alcoholic." Like he just was.
I feel attacked. Dr. Phil, I feel attacked.
He was not accusing someone of it as himself, but it's just like this sound clip of him. There's also
I gotta add that to my soundboard.
Oh my God! There's also this clip of this guy that I found called this. He's known as like the sexy vegan, or that's how he markets himself. And he's like, people were like, "Is that Tom Sandoval?" When I posted it, like as a joke, like because the guy he's like lanky with dark hair, and he like struts out, and he's like, "I was rated by 327 women, 9.9. What's your talent? What's your talent?" And I was like, rated? What do you mean? And people were like, on Hot or Not. I was like, oh, I was on there.
Not Hot or Not. Is that still a website? That's been around
I don't
forever.
know. I was on it when I was in high school. It
check.
definitely shouldn't have been, but I was also ranked a 9.9.
Oh my God.
I was ranked by 327 women. What's your talent?
Or no, now it's chatdate.app. That's what it is. Now when you put in hotornot.com. Oh my gosh.
Anyway,
what's your talent?
What's your talent? And then he did like a little like shimmy shake, like he like did like a slave for you, like shimmy hip shimmy shake.
Oh,
It's
gentleman.
Anyway,
Oh my
just
goodness.
let's get back to the.
Amalish, thank you so much. Says no, it was mainly Sandoval that drew me to Vanderpump. I introduced Sandoval to my class, though. I apologize to them.
I love
even
that.
Today, I do love, that you introduced them, and I bet you guys could learn so much from that psychopath. No offense, all offense. Blue Bevy, thank you for the super chat. Blue Bevy says Sheena is joining the 27s this summer, and they're changing the band name to
No,
Flock
they're not.
Seals.
Is that a joke? That's got to be a joke.
I think it's based off what you were saying.
That's a joke. That's got to be a joke.
The flock of the sea.
Am I in the band? So like, wait, am I in the band? Am I in the band? Oh, and then when they were talking about, this wasn't last night, I don't think, but when they were, maybe it was, I don't know. When they were talking about Dancing with the Stars, and Sheena's like, even if they did ask me, I have a really busy year ahead with the band and like my music.
27.
And I'm really seeing you. So like, even if they asked, like, I'm really busy already.
And so far, I've seen no. If you are going on a summer tour, now would be the time you would see the flyers.
N-Dub, her mic is so loud. Is that about me? Because it might be. If it's like,
let us know. N-Dub.
Then I'll turn it down.
Kelly Cal, thank you so much.
I have
Kelly
that
Cal
issue.
No worries. Kelly said, in law school, I reference Bravo lawsuits all the time.
Turn it down.
I even turned some professors onto the show. LOL, I want to start a trashy lawsuit club. That is fantastic. And there is that podcast with those two lawyers, like the Bravo docket. And then Emily D. Baker does Bravo stuff. So there's such, like, Kelly Cal, I love that. And I say, freaking get on YouTube and talk about it
and
here.
it's not even... N-Dub said, yes, sorry. Don't be sorry. I'm sorry if I'm blowing your ears out. I turned it down. Please let me know if it's better now. Also, I tend to get loud. And having a professional microphone should like just automatically fix that for me. And it's rude that It's not.
It
Anyway,
is very rude. Very rude.
Emily, they're not, what I was going to say is like, it's not even like trashy. Oh, so much better. Great. It's not even trashy lawsuits. Like, there's like legitimate legal
Oh, yeah.
matters going on that are worth proper analysis, you know, and scrutiny.
100%. Look at Jen Shaw, the Erica Jane stuff. Without Emily D. Baker,
Dude.
I would know so little about the inner workings of. Do you watch Emily D. Baker ever?
Jolene,
I'm sorry. I should know. Yes, of course
When
you
I
do.
went-
She's probably a personal friend.
when I went to BravoCon, Emily was there with Up and Adam.
Yeah,
and
we love Up and Adam.
I didn't expect Emily to be there. I got very into Emily during, probably like a lot of people, Depp versus Heard. And
Samesies.
that's the last, I don't know, Emily wasn't top of mind when I'm like walking through the giant things at BravoCon. And I saw her and I burst into tears.
You did. That is so sweet. What did she do? She's ADHD too.
She gave me a hug. She was like, oh my God. She gave me a hug. We like made like I was telling her about why I was crying and whatever. And she was like, oh my God, you're so sweet. It's okay. We made like a little video together to send to my friend who I also got into Emily and the trial and stuff. And then I ran into her another time on the like 2 days later at the end of BravoCon, and we just had like a conversation like alone in this hallway when because it was like people had been filtering out throughout the day, that final day, and we just talked and because she had her purple hair. I mean, I would have spotted her from. I mean, I just was like, oh my God, you're Emily Baker. And I think I was live streaming at the time. Basically, all I did at BravoCon was just like live stream on my TikTok. I live streamed the panels. Like I didn't really post a lot of content on my feed of the panels from it because I just was live streaming all of it. And I also had like a mental breakdown in my hotel room where I was like, what am I even doing? I'm not even posting any content. I'm like such a flop and like I'm sick and I'm throwing up and anyway. But so it was a lot. BravoCon was a lot, but I was like live streaming and I was just like, oh my God. And I think I like put it up. I'll be right back, you guys. And she was wonderful, but I just was sobbing. Like I didn't cry at all over a person at BravoCon except for her because she just got me through such a hard time.
Yeah.
Like, which I'm sure, you know, just with that trial in particular, a lot of people probably have that feeling about her. And she was wonderful and
she was so great. Yeah. The Depp Heard stuff she did was amazing. And my channel, I think at the time, I mean, it's still a little baby channel, but it was even little babier. And I hit her up on Twitter, just seeing if I could, just like, want to come on my baby channel. I'm sure she gets inundated. So one day, I'm putting it out into the universe. She's going to come on my channel, but I understand like she's very busy.
Yeah.
And,
I messaged her, I think on Instagram, just being like, hi, I was the girl crying. But I don't think it was verified yet, so maybe she didn't get it. I'll try again.
That's the thing. I'm not verified on any of them, so I'm sure it went to her, request messages. And I know I have a ton in my request, so I imagine she has like a million more than me. But I love Emily and watching her.
Yeah.
So
anyway, I am familiar.
Too hard. So we do love the Emily D. Baker, and there is so much, whether it is with psychology or law, that you can focus on within the Bravo sphere, which makes it so interesting.
Everyone keeps saying try emailing her. I will. We will.
We'll email her.
She's gonna wish you didn't tell us to do.
It'll be what were people calling us? What was our podcast name? Me and you, like Joe Coca or Joe Coca Joe?
Oh, I don't know.
Joka? I don't remember because Ryan Bailey, they call us Rylene, but I know I saw things for you and I know that the three of us have to stream sometime.
I
me,
feel
you, and Ryan.
so like I'm in like the cool kids table on the left.
I feel like I'm at the cool kids table. You and Ryan are killing it. Like, please. I'm the little nerd over here, man. Like,
no.
Hey, you guys want to talk to Mom about Vanderpump? Now, I do want to get your thoughts. Okay, Christina.
On the podcast.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to play it. Okay. So you
Okay.
guys, Lala, let me give you just a quick intro to those of you who maybe, I don't know. I think most people know what's going on here, but Lala finally graced us with her thoughts on season 11 because
God.
she previously, we'll just give a little reminder. Previously, she had said many things.
talking about it again.
She said she'd never talk about it again. She called us rabies bitches. And then when she was on Watch What Happens Live with
Fun run for the cure.
what's the guy that is a comedian? Michael, what's his name?
Michael Rappaport.
She was on with Michael Rappaport, and she was like, "Yeah, I like to get the audience
On
going."
that show. Yeah, that show. No, sorry.
On Watch What Happens Live?
Like a daytime.
Yeah. Then she also did on The Talk. Yep.
Wait, I remember that Watch What Happens Live with him because she said, I like to rally them up. And I was like, no.
Yes.
Rile.
It's not rally. It's
you
rile.
like to rile them up. Like, girl,
and she said rally multiple times, which I understand.
I like to really rally them up. Y'all, get a fuck. This is just every day I'm reminded why I've got to focus on my Vanderpump vocab video. Thank you.
Yes, the
Please
the Vanderpump vocab, because there is a whole other language similar to like the Jersey Housewives have their own language. So I feel like you could do that for every franchise. So Lala
Cis
graced
and deceased
us.
is number one.
Cis and deceased. Oh, so it's and cis males, you know, not assist.
As
the
a
cis
cis
males.
male.
As a cis male, I would love to freaking
If
be
I
able to
could
yell
raise
at
my voice
women,
at women.
but I can't. I love
But I
that
do
Tom
it
Sandoval's so mad that he's like, it's just not, I hate that it's not like, you know, appropriate for me to yell at women. That's all I like to do. So Lala, in her infinite player haterness, she has been, you know, telling us she doesn't care what people think. I don't care. The audience is going to get on my side eventually. They're going to see why I'm doing what I'm doing. And then ultimately we never saw it. And we just saw her getting worse. And then
By the time you watch the reunion, you'll definitely, I think you'll feel differently. And y'all.
Andy had to walk back that her and Brock were the voices of reason this season. It was so bad.
What on earth? Not Earth. Like, I mean, one of my first videos I made about this season, the title of it was like, what the fuck Vanderpump planet is this? Because we're not on Earth.
We're not in, it's just so hypocritical. So just to remind you, here's what she previously said, amongst other things, on her podcast.
The finale episode of Vanderpump aired last night. Did anyone watch it? Did they show my purge?
I was unaware. I was supposed to be watching Vanderpump.
Don't worry, I didn't watch either.
Okay, okay. We will be watching though because yes, we'll
that's
be
why I
watching.
just asked. Do I have to watch this,
No,
or can I just freeball it when we're talking about it?
no, because I'm not going to talk. I'm not addressing any VPR
Beautiful.
news
Don't wanna watch any
until
of-
third
so I can-
part of the reunion, and it's
Beautiful.
going to be very quick. You guys don't need to weigh in. I don't want questions. I'm going to say my piece. We're going to move on, and I never want to discuss season 11 again. And I hope by that time everyone gets their fucking rabies shots because they're foaming at the mouth. These fucking bitches in these streets on socials. I'm like, yo.
Amen, amen. We got
Make me tired.
what?
I said they make me tired. The rabies bitches.
Okay, so
So her and Brother Easton.
insufferable. There is no way anybody
So
would listen to that
insufferable.
podcast if she was not on Vanderpump Rules. Like, it is not
have you
good.
tried listening to it when she actually talks about like pop culture news events? It is tragic.
I mean, only like because now that I just use, so what I do now is like I'll on Apple Podcasts on the app on your phone, you can look at the transcription.
I love that.
Not for every podcast, but for thank God the ones
You can
I've
skip
needed
ahead.
to see. So I'm just like scrolling because I can read my eyeballs just like vibrate and I can just like see what they're talking about and I just go really fast. And dude, and some of it because then when I will pull the video or whatever, like I'll have to like, you know, skim through and
painful
and scrape for the thing I need. So I do watch, but it's just like, what do you guys even say? Like, there's just no like a point to anything,
really
and there's no
isn't.
pattern, rhyme, or reason. And then like her assistant, Jessica, is just like
Jessica.
she sounds like Sheena, but like higher. Like she talks like Sheena, but like at a higher octave and
Yeah, she
faster.
does.
And then she just is like all they do is agree with everything Lala says, and then White Boy Dreads Easton over there, her
Yeah,
brother,
White Boy
and they're all
Dreads. Ugh.
always wearing some version of Lala's merch, and it just is. Oh, okay.
It's just an echo chamber of annoyance, and I agree with you. It's horrible. Thank you, Chicken Head Freeballing. It's a reference to not wearing pants. Reference to not wearing pants. Yeah, that is her brother.
No, not
He
wearing
is-
underwear. I use raw dog a lot.
No,
I
undies.
don't
You
raw
still wear
dog.
pants.
But I say like men are out here just raw dogging the world with
Raw
their
dogging is
opinions.
a
Like that's
Oh, I love that. Raw dogging is such a great term too. Just raw
raw
dogging.
dogging with their opinions.
Just raw
Anyway,
dogging.
okay.
So
So that was
today-
what she previously.
Yeah. So previously, and she said a lot of other things where she was like turning to the point where now she was blaming us, the audience, because she wasn't getting the reaction she felt as though she deserved. She was coming from a place of being very entitled. Like she was entitled for us to agree with her and like what she was doing. And it's like, no, we don't like this, because we've talked about this before. It came off very inauthentic, disingenuous, and like basically Lala would say anything for this paycheck, talking out of both sides of her mouth. And it just wasn't the Lala that we thought we knew. So it was such a mess. So today she has a podcast that's like well over an hour. Okay. I don't ever want to stop anybody's bag, even Lala's. You can check it out. Give them Lala, I think is the podcast name, something like that.
Give them Lala.
Give them Lala. So she waits until the end, and they talk first about we are going to listen to a new show she's going to be on, you guys. If you didn't know, she's going to be on a new show. So let's listen to it. We might stop it periodically to react, but let's take a listen. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Okay,
Can
you ready?
I'm going to step away from the camera to get water, but still listen.
right
Is that
ahead.
okay?
You
While
go.
this is happening. Okay.
You do what you got to do, girl. Okay,
I'm gonna
so
do
you
what I
guys
gotta do.
put a thumbs up in the chat if you can
Oh my
hear
God,
this.
TKO.
Okay. And then I'll hit the play and just put a thumbs up as soon as you can hear it.
A new show called Are You Smarter Than a Celebrity? The 20-episode project will be a spin-off of the Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader game show. The show will stream on Amazon Prime Video and will feature a contestant trying to win $100,000 by answering 11 questions on a range of subjects pulled from an elementary school curriculum. There will be a classroom full of celebrities who can help the contestant, but toward the end of the game, only one of them will be able to help answer the final question, which will come from a sixth grade curriculum. Names confirmed from the show are Nikki Glazer, former NFL players Ryan Fitzpatrick and Chad Johnson, and somebody in this room. Who could it be?
Yeah, we can
The
do
news
it.
is out. How do you feel about that show?
I had the best time. I was so nervous,
fun.
but I also feel like it was what is that called? Not
Excited?
trauma therapy, but when something
um,
triggers you and you go into the space again. What is it called? Exposure therapy.
Exposure therapy.
It was exposure therapy because there were so many times in class that I would be called upon to answer questions. And I'm like, I don't
didn't know
know
that.
it. And I would be graded, right? So this was like, I have nothing to lose here. However, the contestants that were trying to win $100,000, I'm really excited for you guys to see, because most of them were like really incredible people. And the reason for why they wanted the money was just so heartwarming. I had the most.
Okay, so most of them, she's saying, were good people who are on the show. Christina, what do you guys think about Lala's new show she's going to be on, hosted by Travis Kelce, allegedly?
So when they were like, Lala unfollowed Katie and Ariana, and she had her, like, my reaction to it was like, in today's edition of the dumbest shit I've ever heard, was because it was on an Amazon Live, where she did her gender reveal, Amazon Live. Anyway, she was like, okay, so why did I unfollow Ariana and Katie? Well, I have filmed something, you guys, that I'm really excited for you to see. And I met some people who I found to be, their lives were seemed really interesting to me, and I would be interested in following them. And it was the best thing I've ever filmed in my life, and I'm so happy that I filmed it. And the Virgo in me, I have to have the numbers line up, and they just happen to be the two people that I guess I wasn't as interested in.
That's exactly what she said, Christina. How do you have that whole monologue down? But that is
Because
what
I've had to
she said.
I know. I'm telling you, I could put on a one-woman show on Broadway of the entire series.
Let's take this to Edinburgh, okay? We're going to take this to Edinburgh.
And I've, like, just the way that the first words out of her mouth when, like, I noticed you unfollowed Ariana and Katie. Why is that? Well, I filmed something that I'm really excited for you guys to see. What? What? That's what?
This is not fun. What?
That's not the
that
question.
Is subjective.
So
yeah, not the question. Why did you
welcome
know?
to ADHD superpowers, where I just remember everything that I wish I could forget. Honestly,
I love it though, because we see each other. The Pop Culture Green Room. Thank you for getting a membership, and thank you for gifting a membership to someone. I'm excited. Whoever got it. Congratulations.
It honestly, you guys, was the best thing I've probably ever done, that I've ever filmed. I didn't know.
Christina, I didn't even think of that. I remember her saying this, but the fact that this is what she was referencing is insane.
I didn't know that's what she was. I didn't know what she was talking about. And then someone commented, she filmed this, like, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader spinoff with Travis Kelce. And I was like, what? That's what it is? And so now to hear this, that's why I was like, I muted myself because I'm honking, because I'm like, oh my God. Like, oh.
This is so, she has fallen so far.
Oh, honey, you poor thing. Oh, Lar.
Oh, Lar. Smash that like, you guys.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself again because I can't.
That insider info, Christina, because I remember her saying that, but I didn't put two and two together. That's why we need the investigative journalistic skills of Christina Cocca to remind us and tell us these things. You know, it's like freaking Diane Sawyer is with us. Okay.
That's why that's why this is so funny to listen to, because now I'm recognizing where she was like, I met some really interesting people and it was so incredible. Like, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, this was it. Cause she's saying the same stuff.
And now she met
for you guys to watch it.
Yeah. And some of them had very good reasons. Others not so good. They weren't like a mother. There were some women without children. Oh my God.
Forbid.
Got the money. Women without children could win
those
this
eggs.
Game, and I thought that was
I'm
wrong.
surprised she hasn't said the phrase, like, I don't want my eggs. Who knows when my eggs will be scrambled? Like, I can't believe she hasn't said some low down dirty shit like that about the uterus.
Started age shaming already, because when she was going at Kristen in the after show, she's
she's
like,
old.
And she's
now.
old, and I was like,
she's a year.
She's younger
old.
than me, bitch. Shut up,
girl. She's younger than fucking Big Ed, No Neck Randall. Please.
She's younger than Pickleball. Okay, let's keep playing.
Most incredible experience.
You seemed like you had so much fun.
I had so much fun.
And the group, and I can't wait for you guys to watch Lala on it, because it was great.
I can't wait for you guys to watch everybody on it.
Everyone on it.
I mean, my little classroom.
Yeah.
I met really amazing people who are extremely talented, extremely friendly, and we really all hit it off. Before we sign off of this episode, as you guys know, Vanderpump Rules season 11 has.
FYI, I did speed it up just a tinge. If you're like, her voice seems a little off, I just had to speed it up because it was so slow.
Is officially wrapped. It is bittersweet. Filming this season was bittersweet. Reliving it was, in my opinion, one of the most difficult seasons that I've ever had. I will say it's more difficult than filming the season that my dad had passed away.
What?
And I stopped talking about this season because I have to be honest, I was seeing things on socials.
Oh
Just
God.
one sec.
Oh my God.
That made me extremely angry. And it started making me resent an audience that I have loved and adored for many years.
Let me just stop for a second. I thought we were supposed to stay out of the comments because that's what Lala said. All these bitches be up in the comments. I gets to clapping and they're ruining everything, and I don't care. But now we're in the comments and we're crying. Okay, just wanna point out where we're at with the hypocrisy of Lala Kent this season. Let me just rewind it a little since I interrupted. We're gonna hear this again, reliving it.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, so
But
here we
I'm
go.
gonna mute myself
Vanderpump
just in
Rules.
case.
Okay.
Season 11 has officially wrapped. It is bittersweet. Filming this season was bittersweet. Reliving it was, in my opinion, one of the most difficult seasons that I've ever had. I will say it's more difficult than filming the season that my dad had passed away. And I stopped talking about this season because I have to be honest, I was seeing things on socials. Sorry. Just one sec.
Oh God. And that sped up.
That made me extremely angry.
Somebody get her a cry angle.
And it
fast.
started making me resent an audience that I have loved and adored for many years. And it wasn't because of you guys talking about, I don't want to say you guys, but some of you. It wasn't about some of you talking about the season. That part I love. It was about the comments that were talking about me.
Okay, her as a parent. We're gonna just pause it for a second here. What comments? What do you think the comments were? Do you think it's that people? The only comments I saw is people saying, "Oh, she is having another baby for a storyline." What is she talking about?
Well, so when I posted this, my caption, only a couple people were like, "What are you expecting? A personal apology? She's not talking about you." I was like, I know. That's not what I meant, because my caption was like, I don't recall ever saying blah, 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 blah.
Blah, blah.
But it was, I don't recall saying or seeing comments that were like about her actual parenting abilities. And a lot of pages, and I mean, I can only speak for my own, but I still know a lot of pages will like discourage comments like that or delete them or be like, this isn't about how she parents. But that's not to say, when I say that, I don't mean I was so inundated that I had to make a rule. Like, no, it's just, that's just a thing that like I don't tolerate or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't get those on my, but I don't know that people weren't. I'm sure there were people saying like, here is a sentiment I did see sometimes, which was, and I would hide or delete these comments because I just still don't like them, which is about how bad they feel for Ocean because of the role model she has with Lala as her mom, or I feel so sad for Ocean's gonna have to go into a lot of therapy because of the way Lala's talking about this new child being all hers, and Ocean's gonna feel like less important. So anything like that, that's like speculating about the future mental stability of that toddler, I'm like, we're not doing that here.
Mm-hmm.
So I can only speak for like, again, what I have seen, but like weaponizing, people having a problem with you weaponizing your motherhood isn't the same as talking about you as a parent and whatever you're doing as a parent. And I don't know that she didn't see any comments about people calling her a bad parent. I don't go on to people's pages and comment any of this shit. So I don't know what people were doing. I don't know. And if that was taking place, then that is gross. However, she's still blaming us.
Right. And I feel like it's so manipulative because you see this happen, whether it's is someone online, like an influencer, content creator, or someone on reality TV or something. They always want to highlight the minority of people who will take it too far. Have I myself, like it's the people that go, oh,
Right.
I got death threats. And have I myself gotten things like that? Of course, I've gotten horrible comments, but the majority of my comments are positive. And it's
Right.
those people that choose to highlight that, to manipulate it, to weaponize it against people. Are there people out there? You're on a television show, you know they're going to say awful things. I
Yep.
don't condone that. I don't want that for you, but that exists even on my small little level and Christina's level. Like
Yeah.
we have to kind of wade through comments and just delete them and move on. I think Lala is 100% lying in that is the reason she had to step away and that she's upset. She's upset because what she thought she could do with the show and how she thought she could steer it in a direction of anti-Ariana didn't work. And she's upset that she didn't get the love with the breakup. And she's upset that Ariana got these, deals. And she's upset with herself. And again, this is another projection. And again, it's her hiding behind motherhood, because the worst thing you can say is they're talking about my child. And it's like, oh, God.
Yeah. And I mean, if anything, at least again, only speaking for myself, if anything, I'm like, she seems like a great mom. Like I'll talk shit about Brock all day, but I'm like, he does seem like he is a very good father to Summer. I'll give them that. And I'm not a parent. And even if I were a parent, that ain't my place to make observations about how your parent. Like, I just stay away from that shit. And I talked about this a tiny bit on my own live the other night that went on for maybe an hour too long into the night about Jeremy Maddox's fiance.
Oh, yes.
Coming into one of my live streams and trying to talk with me in a live stream about whatever. And I just was like, I'm not here for families. That's between y'all and your family. Like, I'm not. The only thing I'll say about Lala's brother is that he has white boy dreads, because he does.
He does.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying about the family, because I'm not getting into that. And so, again, that's just me. Anyway, but even if Lala did see comments about her motherhood, even if this was something she did tell the truth about, that she did see, right? For the sake of argument, regardless, she's ignoring all of the other things. Like, she's only using that as the reason. She doesn't address Ariana or hypocrisy, or just, she doesn't address the actual issues. Sorry, I'm spoiling the rest of her apology, but she doesn't address it.
No, but I think that's a great point, is she doesn't address it, and she just makes this blanket statement. And then it's like, but you went out there and you attacked the very people that are the reason you have a paycheck in this career. And now what I believe is you got humbled, because people will, when you are in a business like this and you act the way that Lala acts, people will react. And a lot of times it's, if they pull their support, that means they're pulling their dollar bills. So Lala got humbled in a way that I think Lala needed to be humbled. There is a thing really when people start believing their own hype, and we talk about it on this channel all the time, it will ruin you when you start believing your own hype. When you start believing that you are more important than you actually are, and that what you're doing is more important than actual important things, that is when you lose touch with reality and you start kind of doing these cuckoo things. And I think Lala needed this kind of humbling. I don't know if she's been humbled to the point where she truly can be self-aware enough to see how her actions have led her down these roads, and how it isn't rabid fans, and it isn't this minority of people who are you're always going to have your haters. You're always going to have people who, no matter what you do, they're not going to like you. But to blame them or to blame all of us and lump us all together. It was 100%. Every other time she's discussed this, she has discussed it, minus one other time about a podcaster. She has discussed this as people not understanding where she's coming from on the show and regarding the Ariana stuff. And one day we'll get it. And now all of a sudden we've pivoted to this. It's coming from my child and my motherhood, and no one sane is advocating that anyone should do that. But on the other hand, Christina, it's also, you're putting your family life on this show. It's the same way I feel about Britney now coming after fans who are worried about Cruz. Do I think people should be commenting on this young boy and diagnosing him because of his, delayed speech that they're dealing with? No, but you're putting it out there, and this is why I don't agree with the children being on these shows. It just is a slippery slope. I don't need to see your kids. It's 2024. We know how dangerous it is to put children who cannot consent to being on these shows and having their image and their life replayed forever and ever. Amen. We know too much. So the fact that you're willing to pimp out your family and get a check, there's also going to be criticism with that. And that is why I don't understand why they would even want to do that in the first place.
Right. Yes. All of that. I know that we still have to play the rest of the clip, but two things I will just say quickly is, one is even last night when they were changing back into their post-reunion clothes, or changing out of their reunion outfits in that backstage whatever scene, she said, she's talking about, I don't even care that I pissed so-and-so off. I barely see Ariana, Katie, I don't care. And then she goes, I'm creating life here, and I can't walk away because I'm uncomfortable. Like, she's talking about Ariana being uncomfortable, or which, by the way, Ariana showed up every time. She's never not shown up or appeared or whatever because it was uncomfortable. She's always shown up. But Lala's like, I'm creating a life here, and I don't get to walk away because I'm uncomfortable. I'm like, here we fucking go again. So you're creating it's just even the language she's choosing to use is very like, I'm morally superior to you because I chose to do something in my life that doesn't affect anybody else but me. Like, that's the thing, is like, you chose to do something that affects you, so you can't use that against other people. And unless you're in a conversation specifically like about that thing. The other thing that I was just going to point out, which she's about to talk about, I can see in the preview of the transcript, is about Ocean appearing on camera, which is part of her custody agreement. And as much as she wants to say, listen, maybe she does care about Ocean not appearing on the show, and her mind has changed over time, but Ocean's still all over her Instagram and her Give Them Lala baby clothes that she was selling and whatever. So just for clarity, which she said on the beginning of the season in the first episode, while proudly wearing a Send It to Daryl sweatshirt, my ex doesn't want Ocean to be on camera, but I do get to have the final say in like education and medicine and blah, blah, blah. So I don't care if she's not on Vanderpumprules. And now she's saying, well, I don't show Ocean on the show. I'm protective of Ocean. You're not allowed. And that, again, I'm not in your custody fight, but don't. Again, you're on camera saying these things.
She's flipping it around to now what Christina, exactly, you're right. It was Randall. It's the only, I think, good thing that I can think that Randall, that I've seen him do in this situation. And it's probably not even for a good reason. It's probably just to piss off Lala.
That's also the same thing Jason Hoppy did with Bethany. That was like the only thing that...
It's like a control thing
like
to hurt
she couldn't
them.
Show.
So I don't think it's necessarily because Randall is so opposed to showing his child, but ultimately it will be a gift down the road, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. And I think her kind of switching this to make it look like she, like, this was her idea too. Like, she does mention, like Christina says, we will see, she mentions that, you know, Randall would not allow her to have Ocean, but then she's like, yes. And, you know, so I want to protect her. No, Lala, you 100% wanted to put her on the show. And if that's the case, then will the new baby be protected too? Or will the new baby be on the show? That's where we will see what is really true. You know what I mean? I think that, I mean, is that wrong of me to say that that would be an indicator of if she truly meant to protect her children?
Well,
Then
yeah.
if she's protecting Ocean, then she wouldn't have her newest daughter who will be born in the fall. Then she wouldn't be on reality TV either, right? But I think she probably will be.
I mean, and, you know, I'll just pause because there's a lot left. It's just reiterating everything that we've already,
so
you
let's,
and I have already,
let's just play what she has to say, because you and I have already listened to it, so we're like, we have opinions.
Yeah.
As a
I
parent,
forget y'all haven't yet.
I don't show Ocean on the show. I'm very protective of motherhood and Ocean and the bond that we have. She's a very, very special child, and she's always going to have the most sacred, soft space in my heart because of what we went through together when she was 7 months old. Originally, me not being able to have her on the show was not my choice. 2 parents have to sign off on a child appearing on TV, and the other side was not about it. And I felt like that was okay because I got to hold this part of my life so close to my heart. Then I see this season people really coming at me as a mother, something they really know nothing about. And I didn't feel like that was fair game. And because of these comments, it put me into a really, really dark space. And not only do I have to be a mother to Ocean, I want to be a mother to Ocean, but I'm also having to create a very safe space, my body, physically, mentally, emotionally, for the new baby that I'm creating. Everything on the show is fair game. If I wear something that you don't like, go in on it. If I say something that you don't like or you don't agree with, go in on it. I feel that me as a mother is completely off limits. And when I see people talking about something they know nothing about, my blood starts to boil. And I've made comments on this podcast, I'm sure you remember, that we're not kind. And I think it's no secret that I react off of emotion most of the time. I have always been that way. It gets me into a lot of trouble. It puts me into hot water. It's also made me have to apologize more than anyone should have to. And not because of anybody else, but because I simply see something I don't like, hear something I don't like, and go for the jugular because I feel hurt. Now that I've had time to kind of process and get my thoughts in order and really be able to tell you guys that the comments that I was seeing that were so below the belt and out of pocket and having nothing to do with the season hurt me so much that I had to just fall off the map. And usually my reality and my reality, they can coexist. This was the first season in my 8 years of doing the show that my reality and my reality could not coexist. They had to be so separate that if one touched the other, it took me out. So what I want to do right now is focus on the facts of things. My feelings are not facts. But what I can tell you is this show is based on perspective. That's a fact. The cast is going to have a perspective. The audience is going to have a perspective. Sometimes we're going to be in alignment. Other times we're going to make no sense to each other. And that's okay. Because the cast having an opinion allows us to make a show, and the audience having an opinion allows us to make a show. The combination of those two things has allowed Vanderpump Rules to be a successful show for the past 11 years. Fact. I want you guys to know that This show is something I am extremely grateful for. It has allowed me to live a life that I really would sit at home in Utah and dream about. I love making this show. The opportunities that have come along with it, it's not lost on me that the show got me the opportunities, but not only the show, you guys watching the show, you tuning in, you giving a shit about the show. I am able to provide a beautiful life for not only myself, but my family because of you guys. And that is fact. That's not an opinion. So if I at any point in time have said something on this podcast that made you feel that I am not grateful, I hope you know that that was coming from a place of just true hurt. And I think you've seen that side of me many times on Vanderpump Rules, where I attack off of being hurt. So I just wanted to thank you guys for being an incredible audience for the past 8 years of my life on Vanderpump Rules. You guys have given me a life that I dreamed of since I was a little kid. And I really, really hope, even though we did not see eye to eye this season, that you guys enjoyed season 11 and know that I'm really grateful for you. On Monday, I'm going to be coming back to social media and I'm very, very nervous. I've been living in my own little bubble, but I would like to start addressing the questions that you guys have had for me all season, things that don't make sense. And they don't make sense for good reason. I understand. I'm sure if I were an outsider looking in, it wouldn't make much sense to me either. So send in your questions. I'll be addressing the top ones that you guys had for me this season. Again, I love you. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings at any point in time on this podcast. And I will catch you for the bonus episode on.
Okay. Okay.
Why?
Christina.
Why is there cruise ship limbo contest by the pool music playing for the I'm sorry if I ever hurt your feelings? Literally.
Literally. There's
a limbo contest by the pool on section C of the Carnival fucking cruise ship.
Head down there.
Head down to the Islander pool. Blah, blah. You want to limbo. Husbands versus wives. Limbo. Ma'am, could you not have faded in that music just 10 seconds later for
Just 10 seconds. And look at Allie's comment. So her money was hurting.
Alito deck.
100%.
Sorry.
100%.
Her money, yeah.
Allie, her money was hurting. Her money was hurting. We didn't get this. We weren't going to get this apology. You guys, the people have spoken. Lala disrespected the fans. She thought she was bigger, better. Honestly, she believed her own hype and she got humbled and she realized, oh shit, I just bought this house. So as much as if you look at how hard she's coming for her paycheck for Vanderpump, and then people are not listening to this podcast or hurting in other ways, not buying her merch, she's going to take a hit. So obviously she's going to come back with this. Christina, what do you think about this? I'm sorry if.
Well, I'm sorry if. I mean, somebody accused me of gatekeeping apologies today in my Instagram comments because I pointed out, I'm sorry if. And I didn't even really make a conclusion about it. I just wrote in all caps, I'm sorry if, question mark. And they were like, the way people are gatekeeping apologies. I'm like, that's not gatekeeping. And then they copied and pasted the definition of gatekeeping. I was like, I know what it means because my reply to them was, that's not gatekeeping. That's not gatekeeping. I don't know what you're talking about. But basically, and no offense, but all offense to this person if you're watching, their issue was that if people are taking people are making other people's apologies up to their own interpretation by pointing out the specifics in the language, okay? But the specifics in the language are what make the biggest difference and impact in the way you communicate with people. I'm sorry that I said hurtful things is different than I'm sorry if I hurt you, or I'm sorry if you were hurt by that. That's still putting it back on the other person, and that's making it up for debate as if
there's no
may
ownership
or may not have happened.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the fact is, it did happen. Just like at that Kyle Chan party when Joe was talking to Katie, and Joe's like, I'm sorry if, and Katie's like, no, I'm sorry
Not
that. There is no if. I'm sorry that. And then the next step after that is, I'm sorry that. After that, you have to say, you can't say, I'm sorry that this happened. Just like Ariana said, no, nothing happened. You did this. You chose this. These are choices that you make consciously, repeatedly. It's not, I'm sorry if this happened. I'm sorry that this happened.
Speaking of which, Christina, let's have Ariana tell us.
Nothing happened. You did it.
So let's say you remove if, okay? And you substitute it with that. I'm sorry, that. But if whatever follows that is removing you from the equation and the wrongdoing for which you are apologizing, then I don't give a fuck.
Makes sense to me.
Like that's the fuck. Thank you for listening.
It's the same
Mic
thing
drop.
with I'm sorry, but, which is
I'm
Sandoval's
sorry,
go-to.
but. Yes.
No, there's no
yes.
buts. And even Sheena. So I'm surprised Sheena didn't step in. Well, she couldn't have yet because, well, who knows? She didn't.
Nope,
he didn't
that
say the
sentence
reunion.
was over. That sentence was over.
That's done. Tom, you don't need to say anything else. There's no but. There's no but. There's no but. There's no if. There is exactly what Christina said. You have to have ownership of it. I am sorry that I did this. And you own that you did it, and you own that you're sorry, and you own that it happened. Those are like the three basics to an apology. Lala is a woman mother, as she would say. She's smart. She's not a dummy.
She has a child.
She's has a child. Unlike us childless whores, she means something to the world, okay? We're nothing. We don't have a child, and even we know how to apologize. So to me, it's all bullshit. This is complete and utter bullshit. She has not owned anything. Right before she did this alleged no apology, she's promoting some dumb show she's going to be on. She's again hiding behind and weaponizing her own motherhood, and it's just like, yuck. And she's making excuses. And I've seen this happen so many times, whether it's in pop culture or again on YouTube, because I have followed a lot of problematic YouTubers and provided commentary on their behavior before. And you see this, it's like, well, I might have, yes, I might have done this, but I wouldn't have done this if people wouldn't have done this first. Well, that's also not an apology. Or if you say, I never throw the first punch, but you still threw a punch. All of those things are null and void.
Sorry. I get
go ahead.
I get really excited when I talk to you.
Go ahead, because it's like it's difficult to have to listen, because again she's crying, and you guys notice her voice is so different than how she's been talking to us or talking in general.
Where'd the black scent go?
Where? And all of a sudden it's now, and she's so like, oh.
Where's
And
Tupac?
just so soft. Where's Tupac now? But remember, she only attributes Tupac to an angry black man.
Having a temper.
Yes.
I don't like
angry
the temper
feelings.
he gave me. Yes.
Childless hoe. We're just a bunch of, but what do we know? We're just
I'm
a bunch of childless. We're child-free rabies hoes.
I'm child-free by choice, rabid dog, hoe, ass, bitch. Okay? Listen. And it goes back to, sorry, I'm going back. Soft Pac. Tupac isn't a soft girl here. It's the same thing as when she had that argument with Katie in her money jammies at the astrology reading. You don't want it with me because she said, you're bringing this out of me. You're bringing this out of me. And I can understand the sentiment of you're bringing this out of me. Meaning, like, let's say Carl and Lindsay on Summer House would be a great example of that, because Carl is continuously trying to bring activation out of Lindsay, but we're not here to talk about that today. And he's failing because Lindsay knows that that's what he's doing. But someone who's pushing your buttons, like I had a boyfriend who would call it, or ex-boyfriend, call it negging or nudging.
Yeah,
nudge,
negging.
Nudge.
Oh, nudge.
He kept saying nudge, and I'm like, no, okay. And he would do stuff, and he would laugh while it was happening, of things that would like annoy me or frustrate me. And he would say, I do it almost proudly, as if that forgives him from doing it. I'm doing it because I know that you'll get like annoyed. I'm like, then why are you fucking doing it? Stop it. It reminds me of the feeling of tickling. Because let me just say this. When someone is tickling you, tickling is the most puzzling physical experience to me, because you are laughing hysterically while it's happening. And it is the worst, most awful, please stop, human feeling that you could ever feel. And the person tickling you knows that you hate it, but you're laughing while it happens. So they keep doing it because it's funny. And you're laughing and you're like, stop, because it's awful. All of this apology bullshit
Tickling.
just makes me feel like tickling, because it's awful. It's awful. But you're like, stop it. And the person knows that it's awful, but they're continuing to do it because you're smiling while it's happening. Like, it's so fucked up. Who made that? God, why'd you do that? It's wicked and horrible. Anyway, thank you for listening.
We love the Christina Cocca TED Talk about tickling, because it is wrong.
God.
You know who's criticized about tickling a lot is Jackson Brittany. They're criticized about trying to elicit some kind of emotion when they tickle their son too much, and they're like, clearly he's uncomfortable. Stop doing that.
Oh,
So I've seen that a lot on the Reddit.
it's like literal tickling, not metaphor.
Yeah.
No, I'm not breaking pen. Can you hear it? It's like a pen that like.
Oh, yeah. I can.
Somebody
hear that.
said, "Are you breaking pencils?" No. Sorry.
Not breaking,
Anyway,
just clicking.
Back to Lala, okay? Back to Lala, which is talking about like perspective. There's a difference, like, and this is something that when you open your live streams by saying, and I support, you say, I'm going to say things that are my opinion, and you might have an opinion that's different than mine. We can all have opinions, and that's okay. I agree. I agree. But at some point, it crosses. Well, I make a joke with my really, really close friends who understand me, which I guess is everybody on the internet now, which is, well, that's just my opinion. And so it's objectively correct, by the way. And then like I'll continue the thing, which I know is a joke, right? And I don't mean that all of my opinions are objectively correct, but they are based in fact and information and whatever information I have accessible to me. And so in general, opinions can be opinions because everybody reacts differently to things and feels different things and has different experiences that inform their opinions. But there is a line where it's objectively incorrect. There is a line where it's objectively culturally inappropriate or unacceptable behavior or just factually wrong. And that's where she's like, the show's about perspective, right? And it's about perspective and the viewers have perspective. And it's like, no, but objectively, you're not being honest.
Yes.
And you're not accurately describing the chain of events or your own actions, you know? She's rewriting the history of the show and forgetting again, which is why Christina makes these wonderful videos, is she's forgetting again that we have watched the show. Child. Please. I have a child. I'm all she has in this world. Like, you're not objectively better than me. Anyway, that's an
But
aside.
I mean, and that's what she's doing, where factual things we've seen on the show, things that happen on the show, you're basically trying to gaslight us and tell us that didn't happen. And so obviously we're going to have reactions to that. So I personally don't think this apology is going to do anything for Lala. I will say the emotional manipulation is real, because I have to even check myself and catch myself, because when she starts crying, the human in me is like, oh, I don't want her to cry. I don't want her to freaking be sad. But then I'm like, you know what? F that. Because I feel like it's being used as like she's weaponizing those emotions and then bringing up Ocean. It's like, no, I think your little girl's adorable. I don't think you're a bad mom. I don't think any of these things. I don't like how you're behaving on the show. I don't like how you're behaving off the show in your interviews. And I don't like that you're so dismissive of the very people that gave you a job. I think you're ungrateful. I think you need to humble yourself. And I really think you need to stop believing your own hype, because you're not saving lives here, baby girl. You are on a reality show and you made some sweatshirts with sayings on it. I see this with stand-up comedians all the time. They always want to make us more important than we are. And it's like, we're not doctors, we're not surgeons, we're not really,
But
do we make
still
people
a
laugh?
person,
We're
and that's
we're
okay too.
We're important, but we're not. You'll hear like some of these, especially some of these dude comedians. I watch these channels that kind of tear them down a notch, because the way they speak about themselves.
Oh
is
my
just
God,
like,
I wish that you and I knew each other during the Matt Rife Netflix era. Like, I really... Okay, if there's a constant clicking sound, that is me, and I'll stop. I didn't think that you could hear it, so I will stop. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's me. Go ahead,
No,
Jill. Anyway.
no worries. But it's just to me, it's I just don't think it's going to help her at all. I think this is something Lala needed to be humbled a long time ago. This isn't the first time we've seen this kind of personality out of Lala. We thought it was going to be the last once Randall left and once sobriety hit. But unfortunately, we saw her go back to even worse than the Randall days, because we remember the Randall days. We remember her showing up to the show thinking she was better than people, talking down to people, thinking somehow because she was having sex with the man that had money, that made her better than her cast members, and them kind of simping to her for that to get on the PJs. We saw Lala, not want to share information, refuse to share information about her relationship, make her castmates sign NDAs. But we thought this era was over, and she walked off the show. So the hypocrisy is so freaking real, baby girl. And just admit, I don't know why I keep saying baby girl, but baby girl, just admit.
It's 'cause she says it.
Admit that you are hurt, your ego is bruised, and you lost some money, and you're hurt that we didn't all jump on the Lala train to shit on Ariana. Admit that you're a shitty friend to her, and admit that you've now sold your soul to the Hollywood Illuminati devils, allegedly. And now you are just, okay, we're being a little sarcastic here, okay? I don't want to get you. But you've literally sold your soul for this TV show because you didn't make good investments in your life, and so you want to tear down Ariana and Katie because you're unhappy with yourself. I would have so much more empathy for her if she would just admit, I'm freaking struggling. I picked the wrong lane. I fucking really thought I was something, because I think many people could relate to that. You know what I mean? But she refuses to. She still wants to make herself the victim. And it's infuriating because you're not a victim. You're very lucky.
And she's brought it up with other people or other castmates too. Like, she said things, I don't know exactly what medium, but throughout this whole thing, obviously Ariana's a fan favorite, and you don't want to go against the fan favorite. And every time she brings up the comment section, it's like, people are scared to go against like the grain and the fans because everybody loves Ariana. And it's like, okay, well, if you could just finish that sentence by saying, or that sentiment by saying, I also didn't want to do that, and I did it anyway, and now I wish I didn't because it wasn't true to my value. Whatever. Just own it. Like, again, own it.
Lisa, own it.
Be real. Like, that is my issue with Lala. And this was the same thing. God, I'm gonna be saying this while somebody's humping my grave like Saltburn. Like, I will shout it from my fucking burial ground.
Just watched Saltburn this weekend. I haven't finished it yet, but does he end up humping his grave?
Okay, if you haven't finished, Jolene, we're gonna have to save this for another time.
It's not a spoiler. I should have already watched it.
Anybody on here who knows me already knows how passionately I feel about Saltburn in a positive way. I'm fucking obsessed with it, and don't even get me started.
Okay, we'll talk about that on a separate time. But
talk about it
just
later.
What a coincidence that you bring that up. And I was watching it this weekend because I'm like, I need anything else other than Bravo.
How could you start that movie and not finish it? That's so upsetting.
Why did I stop?
Why did you?
You know how it is with ADHD. Something else came up. I got a new hobby I had to start. I had to try. I took up painting.
You had to get an adult coloring book.
Thank you.
And buy.
I was on Amazon. World Market sent me an alert for 20% off already clearanced items, and I lost my shit. Okay, that's what happened. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I got so excited about Saltburn because it's amazing.
I will be shouting from under the soil. Okay, I will be shouting from under the soil, be real, because the issue that I've said 100 times with Lala and with Bethany, at least at the point that they were likable, or by me that I liked them.
I used to love Bethany.
They owned it. They owned their unhinged behavior, okay? They were aware of it. They knew they were unhinged. And they were okay with it being a part of themselves. And then, somewhere along the way, they decided, I'm not unhinged, you're unhinged. How dare you? And it's like, whoa. No. That rhymes. I'm a rapper.
You are.
Like, just like Lala. So it's just like, oh my God, Bethany and Bethany, I tapped out a long time ago, but she's like on number 17 of her Chanel videos.
I did not even know about this because I have like muted Bethany at this point because she has disappointed me. Oh, that doesn't surprise me because she blocks very good people. She always is blocking the best. But my husband actually heard about the Chanel thing, and he asked me, he goes, what's up with that Bethany lady in Chanel? I go, what?
Oh my God.
And he goes, yeah. She's like, and I go, this is how far removed she is from reality that we would give a shit that a woman in the 1% when people are struggling, that you can't get into Chanel. Like, we're going to go justice for the rich lady who can't get a Chanel bag anymore. Like, it's not cute.
I mean, and it's the same issues as the fucking TJ Maxx used makeup bag that then she decided to be like, whenever people talking about white fragility and like that, you sound ignorant. I'm like, no, ma'am, you are ignorant. And that at that point I tapped out because swear to God,
we should all send her the book.
No, I'm not exaggerating. Even if Bethany didn't block me, like I wasn't consuming her content anyway. I wasn't like going to look or following her, but what started to happen was it was giving me, it made, and I don't use like, oh, I have PTSD as like a joke a lot. Like I know that people bring that up in a joking way frequently, and that's okay as long as you understand what it really means. But I was genuinely having it from working in news covering the 2016 election of Donald Trump. And I was like, I can't listen to this. Once it crossed over into the point of like, she's talking about reverse racism now, and she's, calling all of us stupid for pointing out white white savior complex and stuff. I was like, I can't do this. Like, I can't, this is who she sounds like, and this is what it feels like, and I can't do this anymore. So like, regardless, I'm tapping out after this. Like, there was a point where I couldn't not make videos about it, where I was like correcting her and fact checking her because I just couldn't deal. But now not only am I blocked by her, so I don't see her content anyway if people send it to me, but I don't seek it out anyway because I don't want it and I don't care. The only time I see anything that she's doing is because other people post about her doing it, or they'll screen record and post her Chanel videos or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, this fucking woman. And Lala's whole rant or whatever pre-apology was separate from just forget about Bethany, but it sounded, or not forget about Bethany, but the race aspect of whatever Bethany's doing. It was like, hey, Bethany, remember how you got rich from Skinny Girl? Who bought that? Hey, Lala, remember how you got a bunch of money from Send It to Daryl? Who bought that?
Mm-hmm.
We did. So now it's like, then it all comes back around. It's just the same shit, man. It's the same shit. If you're gonna be unhinged, just own it.
You gotta own it. You gotta own it.
Call us. Don't
You can't
call
shit.
us unhinged.
Yes, don't bite that. Don't shit on the hand that feeds you.
Don't.
You know, because then you gotta eat shit. I don't know. That's probably not the saying. It's don't bite
It's
the hand, but
don't bite the hand that feeds you, and don't
but
shit
also-
where you eat.
but also to combine the two.
But
shit
don't
on the
bite
hand
the
that
hand that
feeds
feeds you the food where you eat, and
Where you
shit where you
shit.
eat. Don't shit where you eat from the hand that feeds you.
It's just, this was so, I think it was counterproductive for whatever Lala's trying to do. I don't think, and then, okay, so I have to get your opinion on this. I do have to step away
I
for
just thought of
a
something.
second. Can you, I apologize. I
no.
know this is my channel, but I do have to
Okay.
step away for one of my dogs. But do you mind running the show for just a second? And I'll be right back. It's Christina Cocca's channel now. And I will
I thought you were going to ask for like a prompt.
But
I'll just keep talking.
Talk
That's
about
fine.
whatever
That's cool.
you want to talk about. But the next thing I do want to talk about with you is Lala talking about, what was it that I wanted to get to within this apology video, or no apology video.
Nope.
I'll have to think about it. I forgot. But
Yeah,
I'm
you'll
gonna
remember. As soon
I'll
as you
remember.
step away, you'll remember.
Okay. I'll be right back, you guys.
Okay. Oh my God. This is my channel now, everybody. Ooh. What can I do with this power? Oh my God. Ooh, 1,100. There's 1,113 watchers. 13, that's my number. I was born on a 13. I have a tattoo of 13 under here on my head, which, by the way, that vibrates your whole brain. And then I have a 13. I live on the 13th floor of my apartment building, and I have this ugly fucking 13 in a magic 8-ball tattoo that's half gone because I'm going through the process of removing it because it's disgusting and looks like a black hole in space, or a manhole or something on my arm. So there's that. Bravo, God help us. Hold on, let me scroll. Tell us where you got your office blanket. It was a gift from my dad for Christmas, and he doesn't even know where he got it. He saw it in an Instagram ad, and he bought it for me. What boyfriend had you do that tattoo? Funny you should ask. No boyfriend did, but I had too much whiskey on a Friday the 13th and did go with a guy, a very tattooed man, to go get magic 8-balls with 13 in them for Friday the 13th. And he didn't fill his in like I did. And I really wish I didn't, because it would be a lot easier to remove, which, by the way, is the most painful thing I've ever done and is awful. So, what month? August 13th. My birthday's August 13th. Yes, I will be seeing Chicago again this summer, of course, because my birthday's... No, I'm not a Gemini. I'm a Leo. Duh. Friday the 13th, man. I will be going to see Chicago again because she is back during August. Ooh. How long does a tattoo removal take? Literally, this is going to be a process for over a year, probably. It's going to take, because you can only go like every 5 months or something. Like, it's not like you can go and keep you have to spend significant amount of time in between for the ink to come out. Did I watch Disrespectfully? Yeah. Well, I didn't watch it because by the time I listened to it, the video wasn't up yet, but I did listen to it and I posted some of it, and Joleen and I will probably talk about it. 13th anniversary on August 13th, August 18th. I'm a Leo. Love that. Lala done pissed in her own toasties. I've never seen a 13th floor here in Chicago. Every apartment building doesn't have. See, a lot of hotels I've been to skip the 13th floor, but apartment buildings have them. I don't know. Well, that's how I knew I was meant to live here when I was apartment hunting for this particular time, because it's on the 13th floor. So, isn't that creepy and weird? I love it. I wish I could get to see New York, to see Chicago. Her last show was my birthday, August 27th. Oh. I am in New York City. I live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. and I love it. Ooh, a Halloween baby. That's fun. Spooky. Leo, I should have known. Holding so many L's. Me? Lala get told by producers. I don't know if Lala was told by producers as a threat. I don't know. I don't think so, honestly, though. I don't think so. I thought about covering it instead of removing it, but it would be huge. Like, it would be giant. Like, and then I have a little tattoo back here. I have one here, and just to have it, then I have stuff over here too, but, oh, and then I have a little baby one right there. But like, it would be like, somebody asked if I have the same if I have Lala's tattoo, because she has a big lion right here, which made me think she was a Leo, and she's not. She's a Virgo. So why do you have a big lion tattoo? That's offensive to Leos, honestly. Okay, let me scroll up. I live in the Upper East Side. Hello, Christina. I'm 10 minutes from Williamsburg. Grew up in Bushwick. Now I live in Ridgewood. My favorite place in Bushwick, there's a bar called, hold on. I forgot. Sorry. It's a good one. I'll remember. Christina Dracula voice. Dracula voice. My DTR has a 13 in the same place. What's DTR? Define the relationship. That's the first time I've seen that, like, as a abbreviation. Is that what it means? Like a friends with benefits? My first tattoo is on my ankle. Maggie, you have the same birthday as me. Leo appropriation. Would I turn mine into... No, because it's so big. It's just so large. Like, it would just be so big. I just... Kyle Richards moment. No. No. Thank you, Robert, for my eyes compliment. I thought down to... I don't know what that means. Daughter? Are you asking me if I have a daughter? Shouldn't you know by now that I don't have kids? I mean, come on. Yeah, my first tattoo. Oh, it's a Thug Life. No, my first tattoo on my ankle. Hold on, Jolene. Jolene, I'm busy. Can't you see? Go. We're talking. No, my first tattoo is right here. It's fading.
Oh my gosh.
DTR. Oh, DTR is daughter. Oh, I thought it was define the relationship, and you were talking about a friends with benefits. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway, whoops. Yeah, it was just personal Leo birthday 13th floor tattoo talk. So you didn't miss anything. You can leave though if you want. I'll keep going. I'm just kidding.
I feel like I missed a lot. I had to take the dogs out in the backyard to TT, and then they all got a puppuccino, as did Tilly. They all got little puppuccinos for being so good. I saw Bubs on your live the other day. So
do you want me to wake him up?
So no, let him sleep. But when he does,
this whole time.
but when he does wake up, bring him.
I will.
Bring him.
I want to wake him up because he's sleeping with his halo on, and I'm always like, "Are you uncomfortable?"
Is he a Cocker Spaniel mix, or is he just Cocker, or just Cocker?
I got him one of those dog DNA tests from Embark.
I want to do that for my dog
because I genuinely didn't know, because I adopted him from Tail Waggers during adoption fair in the Schwartz and Sandy's Plaza. Remember? Don't you remember?
Yes, I remember now. Mm-hmm. Been there.
And he is like Spaniel, Chihuahua, Poodle mixed as the top
so
three,
cute.
I think. And then there's like Pomeranian, there's Pit Bull, and then there's like a bunch of single
he's got a little pit
percentages.
bull?
Yeah, there's like a bunch. He's like a super mutt, they call him. So he has all kinds of.
I think my little Teddy has some pit bull too.
I'm really surprised that he didn't have Dachshund like higher up, because he has like a long little snout and body, but he has He's a little super mutt.
He's
Chris,
so
there's 13
cute.
floors in New York City. I live on the 13th floor. I didn't try to convince you of anything, boozy bitch.
Okay,
I live
let's
on the
read
13th
some
Okay.
of these super chats here. I'm sorry, I
Yes.
didn't mean to neglect you guys, but you guys are all amazing. Michelle says, Joleen, Coca, and Ryan need to do a live together. Hashtag Dream Team, and please do your impressions of the VPR cast. Oh yeah, when we're all together, we have to do that, as well as all of our little. There goes Buffy. She's leaving. She's like, I was here for a second and I'm gone. So we do have to do that, and I want to get Christina and Ryan on at the same time because I think that would be really, really fun. Thank you, Chickenhead PK Neely. You did talk about the free balling. Okay. Camille says, relatable reality. Most women know the feeling of being another woman's sacrificial lamb. Yes. To a capitalist patriarchy. I mean, preach, girl. I hope Lala gets to a point where they see life is so much more than money and men. Oh, go. Speaking of poetry, Camille, and obviously the Pop Culture Green Room, thank you so much. And then thank you for gifting that membership. I know I mentioned it before, but I do appreciate that. That's always so sweet. CKJzen, thank you for the super chat, says, I think Ariana is the prime example of some perfect girlfriend paradox. For several seasons, she was the perfect ride or die of Tom. And now she's getting attacked by friends for evading her ex.
It's very, because and like she said, she started out as sorry, really quick. Someone named Esther who said, like, please remember your favorite Bushwick. I will work on remembering it. I will.
Your favorite what?
Bar in Bushwick. It's as soon as I see it, I'll remember and I'll tell you. Anyway, Ariana said also during the initial reaction to Sandoval, like about Raquel, like, she's cool now. She's cool. Like, wait until she has like standards, because Ariana, when
girlfriend
they first started,
status,
when they first started dating, like, oh, I'm cool. Like, I can, work late at the bar and party all night and da 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 da. And as soon as like you grow up and decide to not even grow up, it's just part of it's growing up. Part of it is comfort in a relationship. Part of it is there's just so many.
I feel like
a lot of things.
Yeah, there's
That's
that whole
she was cool and she can be cool to a point, and then all of a sudden you're not cool anymore because you want to hold somebody like semi accountable to whatever they promise you or whatever.
You don't want to just put their needs ahead of yours, because I think there's this thing too that, obviously there's the whole cool girl speech.
The
and
alleged
everything,
cool girl is like, I don't matter at all, is what cool girl means to the man.
Yes, and it's something that I think we've been conditioned as women. And I cannot wait until we all just like never do this again. Where when a guy tells you, and I know this firsthand with stand-up comedy, when they're like, we don't like, you're like our only girl. You're the only girl in the group. That's a problem. But I think there's this want, being a part of a patriarchal society, that you do want to. You're like, oh, I'm accepted. Like, I'm the only one. But then it's like, but why is there only one? And that happens in stand-up comedy all the time. There's like one girl, one woman that can be on a showcase. It's getting better, but when I first started back in 2009, it was like Joleen, and I always give this example. I was in Arizona. That's where I started comedy, and I was working the Tempe Improv all the time, and I wanted to do an all-woman show. And I remember the guy there who was like my comedy mentor, one of the bookers, he said, well, Joleen, I don't think that's a good idea, because what if you get replaced? And I was like, well, why is there only room for one of us? But why do all these men get to perform and there's only a couple of women that can perform? And I'm like, fuck it. I don't care. Like, if that's how it goes, that's something that's wrong with the system. But I'm not going to shit on other women and other women comedians because I want to hold this like special place. We need to change the way that this works, rather than have it be me having to shit on my fellow woman. And then I went on with my friend Valerie.
Wow, you don't support women.
You don't support women. But then I went on to, run a woman show in LA, the Mermaid Comedy Hour, with my friend Valerie for many, many years. And she's still running it. Unfortunately, I live kind of far out of LA now, so I can't run it like I used to. So, but we were able to put women up, and I think that is so important. But my point is, there is this, and I think Jo is guilty of this. If I have to hear one more freaking time how she doesn't wear makeup and she's so much cooler, and I'm not like the other girls. while
I had
she's
to
wearing
step away from that video
makeup.
edit. I said, I'm gonna finish it soon. But
I can't wait till you finish it. But I also Joseph. Oh my God, Christina's working on a video, and if you follow her, you know. But
people are, and then the reunion. Nobody wants to hear from Joe right now, so I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to finish it.
we need like definitely a Joe break. Okay. But I cannot wait to, as a society and as women, we're in a place where we're just like, fuck that bullshit. There used to be a woman I worked with at a restaurant, and she wore this pin, and it said, fuck your fascist beauty standards. And I always think of that when I'm like, fuck that bullshit. Fuck your fascist beauty standards. But really,
I
like,
thought you were about to say like, fuck the other girls. Like, I'm cool. I didn't know what you were
No,
she
she
was
was
on
at
that pin.
No, it was just fuck your fascist beauty. Which I was like, God, she's so cool. Like, oh my God, I gotta look up fascism. Like, I had to look at the time. I was like, I don't know what even that means.
And it's hard too, because like I very much was in that mindset of desiring that when I was like in high school, for example, or like when I was like, 2021. Also, just really quickly to clarify, somebody thinks that I have Thug Life tattooed on my ankle. I don't.
She does. It's across her chest.
I have an ankle tattoo, but it does not say Thug Life. Lala has that. Okay. Blar Blar, Tupac Reincarnated has that. So just for clarity.
Why would someone think you have that?
Because I was talking about ankle tattoo. Somebody asked what my first tattoo was, and I said it was on my ankle, and somebody said, oh, is it Thug Life? Like as a joke? And I was like, no. But I think maybe just the person didn't hear me say no.
God. That's
I don't
funny,
know.
Though.
So just
I would roll with it. I have Thug Life around one of my areolas. That's what it's in a circle.
Around your nipple.
Around my nipple.
Oh my
on my
God.
areola, because I'm that badass. Amalish, thank you. I know you went to sleep because obviously the time difference. Because we would never be so boring. Going to sleep in a bit, but just wanted to say Tom trashed Lala. I'm confused why she is snapping at Ariana,
And that's
who in fact stood up for her.
That's like with Sheena. What is this alleged best friendship that you're talking about? Because they haven't been a good person to you. What are you talking about? Like, so just I'm disagreeing with them. Like,
every example that Brock gave in that little in the montage of women, Brock, who openly says on the after show, I haven't watched the show, I haven't watched it, but they've been mean to my wife.
I am antagonizing people, but it's just to get them to have a conversation with each other. Yeah, maybe I am antagonizing. I don't think he knows what that word means.
No,
but
he doesn't buy the
fine.
New York Times magazine. It's too expensive.
We
He can't
know,
do that.
Brock. We
But
know.
every woman
illiterate
in
moron. Sorry.
No,
I
don't be
forgot
sorry.
that you haven't heard me say that before, but I was
You
live streaming
illiterate.
whatever that reunion was when he was saying that, and I kept pausing to be like, yeah, we fucking know that you don't buy the New York Times, you fucking moron. You idiot. We know you don't. You don't have to tell us that. Because he kept saying clickbait, and I was like, that's not what clickbait is. That's just a
not
headline.
clickbait.
That's just a
Right.
headline.
And the
idiot.
headlines were so nice. I think we talked
And
about
I
this
was
last time
like-
compared to what was in the
Oh, you don't
actual
subscribe.
article.
You don't pay for the New York Times. Really?
I thought for sure.
Who would have
Brock
thought?
was-
I totally thought you were reading the New York Times every day, Brock Davies. We know.
We know, Brock.
And
You don't.
what
You don't.
even
Some
was
things
that-
you don't have to tell us.
Why would you even like that? And that's the thing about these men, is like the things. How would you even? The men, Lala, Sheena, whoever. Why would you think that what you're saying would make you look any better? And I said this a long time ago to somebody. I was just like, okay, let's just pretend. Let's just pretend that all of this, that Lala is pretending and that she's acting through the whole season to make her brand better. How the fuck does being misogynistic and whatever else help your brand? How does this help you at all? Like, I don't see anything, any logic, any reason making any sense for the like, let me gotta protect my bag. None of it matches up to
It
that
just
being
goes to
the
show-
end result.
Right. It goes to show why she's in the financial place she's in, because she's actually not that good at business deals to think that that would help her brand. She's actually ignorant to the fact that doing this is something that is going to harm your brand very deeply, which it seems it has. So it just kind of, explains, gives us more context as to why she is so desperado right now, why she's so desperate to
Debbie
get
Desperado,
this-
as Raquel says.
Yes, Debbie Desperado, why she's, so desperate to remain on the show and get this paycheck, because she, in fact, isn't very good with her businesses. D. Nikki, thank you so much for the super chat. Camille says, banish Lala to heterosexual hell in the valley. Camille.
It is some heterosexual hell up in the valley. I'll tell you what.
It really is. I mean, the only functioning relationship is Jasmine's, I think. Well, and Nia and Dan.
Well,
Danny?
Is Jasmine dating somebody off camera, or is she single?
Yeah, her girlfriend. She has a girlfriend off camera.
Okay, so
not on the show.
So
So the only there's only one
Danny
healthy.
and Nia are I appreciate their ability to revisit the next day, clear-headed, and have a conversation that's respectful and informed and considerate. And although I do wish that she wasn't so hesitant to say that she has postpartum depression, because I think she's really paranoid of the stigma that comes with saying or using the word depression. And I think she could, but I don't, again, that's not something I can speak to but anyway, I really,
and I think coming out of the pageant world and having to smile and put on and present and give these kind of motivational speeches, she's probably afraid to speak about her depression.
I think God, I laugh at the worst times because I see comments when they're sensitive. But did this person, Denise Elizabeth with a super chat, said, when Joleen went to take out her dogs, we asked Christina questions the way kids would ask a substitute teacher.
I love that.
It's like,
that is,
I have control. She's gone.
Love that, because it's remember having substitute teachers and they were just
oh my God, it was no, we were watching this movie before you came. We were watching this movie, and you're supposed to play the movie for us.
You should play it for us
now. Please roll in the cart.
Denise, thank you so much. That was hilarious. Evelyn says, giving justifications and excuses for her words, being Lala's, and actions without any accountability is not a proper apology. It's not. Yeah.
Go ahead. No.
Melissa, thank you. I'm late, but so excited for the Joleen Christina live. We're so happy to have you. Justine King, thank you for the super chat. Says, love you too. Sorry, I'm off topic. Jo posted a story and said her dog, said of her dog, little does he know he's going to have.
No. I don't want to think about checkers.
I'm sorry.
Struggles.
Justine, I hate that. I hate that. I hate what Joe's doing. I hate everything about that. So,
okay. No, sorry. I wasn't don't talk about it. I
know that I've heard you before, because being, in your chat and on your channel, it's such a triggering. I know.
She posted.
Did she? Oh my God. This is where I have such a problem with Jo, because this is borderline cruel at this point to do this to people, because we are invested in animals. We're invested in your pets. And the fact that she has become so vague while asking us for money was something that's so serious. And I know Christina has we're both fur moms, and Christina's little baby, Christina, this is close to her heart, with the eyesight and stuff. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're fine. You're totally fine. I think it's really shitty that Jo is dealing with it this way, in this kind of sad fishing, trauma dump, trauma vulture, for lack of better terms. I don't like the way she's handled this at all. We've had no transparency into if this dog is okay and what's going to happen. It's been very vague, grifting on her part, where we don't even know where the money is going. So it seems grifty and fraudulent.
I'll say what I've.
It's okay, girl. Just you're fine. You're fine.
My dog is blind. He's gone blind over the last few years, and he's on an eye drop routine. I take him our next checkup is tomorrow to check his eye pressure.
Baby boo.
And in order to prevent him from having or contracting glaucoma, and to keep inflammation down so that he doesn't have to have any kind of surgery on his eyes. But his eyes were Ugh.
It's okay. It's okay.
They
I
were-
mean,
Oh my god, I'm just gonna like accept that I'm crying and keep talking
Yeah,
instead
it's-
of like.
I think the
when
way that
when
you
I-
are reacting is totally healthy and normal compared to whatever Joe is doing out there with this
when I-
information.
When I first got him, his eyes were gold. Like Rumpelstiltskin. Hey, gold.
Oh my
Or
God,
is that the right?
beautiful.
Is that the right Disney?
It sounds good.
When he was like making gold hay or something. I don't know, but they were golden. He had golden eyes, and just over as he's aged in the last couple of years, maybe 3, maybe more, maybe 4. I don't even know. I don't know what. Ever since COVID, I don't know what the fuck time warp I'm living in.
Exactly.
He started to lose his eyesight, and I started to notice that he couldn't see a toy, like unless it was right in front of him. And thank you everybody for the supportive comments. And I'm really sorry.
Don't
for your
apologize.
dog. No. I'm really sorry to the person whose username is partly
sorry.
cloudy, whose dog got sprayed in the eyes by a skunk, and that's what your username sounds like. And I'm really sorry.
No, partly cloudy.
Spinning straw into gold thread. Thank you. Spinning straw into gold thread. Thank you. So I took him to the doctor, and then I had to go during COVID when I couldn't. Oh my God, this was so crazy. This is why I'm like, Joe, bitch, you gotta fucking work it out, because I worked it out. Because in COVID times when I couldn't walk into the vet, I had to go to an eye specialist and not in, but on, I want to say it the proper way for the New Yorkers out there, on Long Island. And I live in, it was like an hour and a half, 2-hour drive. And I had a boyfriend at the time who had a car, and he drove me, but I couldn't even take Bubs into the doctor. I had to hand him to a vet tech in the parking lot on a rainy day. And then they took him in, and we sat in the car and waited until the doctor could come out and to tell me his like eye future blindness diagnosis, and then drive 2 hours back and put him on in like an eye drop regimen. And then I would get checkups along Long Island. Yes, I would get checkups at my regular vet, but they had to, the eye doctor had to send the report to my regular vet, and then locally, so I didn't have to go to Long Island. Then there was a veterinary eye doctor that I could go to, who then, thank God, has moved a little bit. Their office is a little bit closer to me, but I still have to go regularly. There was a point where I was at the doctor because Bubs he got an ulcer in one of his eyes. Like he had like had some kind of, he like hit something or something, because then he was losing his eyesight in both of his eyes. RJ, we're talking about this because I feel like it. Okay. And then, so then there was a point where I was at the vet every week. Literally every week I was at the vet with Bubs, looking at his eyes, checking his eyes, because it just was so, that was my only, I don't know, I just took their word as that's what I needed to do for my dog and my love of my life. So anyway, I'm just explaining this. Thank you, because that man is very mean.
Yeah, that was inappropriate.
Thanks.
Inappropriate. This is a fur baby friendly channel,
Yeah,
and we
so-
talk about openly. If Lala is gonna weaponize her baby, we are weaponizing our
Me too.
four-legged baby.
And I'm not
carried this little bitch.
I'm just trying. Listen, I'm just trying to support Checkers in all of this. And it's upsetting to me because Checkers could get treatment and I don't know what Joe is doing, and I don't want to speculate. I don't know. Checkers is missing an eye, and I don't you don't have to go. Listen, I don't know Checkers' diagnosis. You don't have to go immediately for eye surgery. I'm doing everything I can to prevent that, and it's very time and money consuming, and that's just what I do because that's my dog. And I love him, and him getting older makes me,
It's heartbreaking.
I get upset.
Yes.
and I don't want to talk about it anymore.
And rightfully
But
so.
that's and then I got Bubs a halo, which is like a little like harness thing that he wears with a halo, like an angel's halo around him, so he doesn't bump into stuff, so he won't injure his eye. And if anybody is going through this with their pet, there is a woman who oh my God, Bubs woke up. He fucking knew.
Bubs,
He's burrowing.
come
He's
over.
He's moving his blankets. I'll go pick
he's
him
like,
up. But
she's
there's
talking about me. My mom's
Yeah.
talking about me.
But
Let me
it's
show
called
ya.
Muffin's Halo, and it was a woman who had a blind dog who couldn't find a solution to her problem, so she made one, and it's
Oh,
called
what a
Muffin's
wonderful
Halo
woman.
for blind dogs, and they're just so cute. I'll
Muffin's
show it to you,
Halo.
but Muffin's Halo is supporting an independent business. I'm gonna go get Bubs. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me and letting me.
I'm very interested in hearing about animals and pet stories and
God.
things, especially, I think the situation with Joe, I think Tilly just put the comment off the screen. This thing with Joe is you are asking us for our money. You are making us invest in your pet, which we 100% would do, because I would do anything to save a pet or animals. And then you're being so, elusive, so cryptic about it. And then you hit up the internet every now and then with these like scary updates.
This is his
It's
halo.
gonna make me cry.
This is his halo. I take it off of him when we're like. I take it off when we're like snuggling.
He is everything. Oh my God. How
But
old is
he wears it when he's like I've had him for 12 and a half years, so
oh my God.
I don't know exactly how old he was.
He's
Probably
so
a year or
cute.
two.
I have never seen him stare directly forward. I only see him like looking at you. So now I'm crying.
And he's missing his two bottom teeth and one of his top teeth, and I call him Hillbilly Bubs, which, by the way, they just fucking fell out. One of them just fell out one day. I stepped on it, and I was like, is this a nail? Like, what is this? And it was one of his teeth.
Oh my God.
And he's also naked right now. He usually has like a little shirt on. He's naked.
Oh, does he like to wear his clothes?
He does. I'm gonna put his number one dog in the group bandana on.
Oh my God. You have a number one dog. Who sold that? That is fantastic merch.
I'll tell you.
Oh my gosh. I totally get it, because as producer Tilly has now become a senior cat, and she has early stage kidney disease, and we have to go once a month, and she gets these shots like cortisone in her back, because otherwise her jumping and moving and stuff is very difficult. So it's kind of like a cortisone shot for cats. And it's been a struggle, because now she's more prone to these UTIs, and we didn't know. She had never had a UTI. And, it changes her personality. It changes. And, you want the quality of life for your animal.
Yeah.
So we're just like you. I mean, we're at the vet very regularly, and like, it's your best friend. So you want to do everything. So that's why it's so triggering and disrespectful, I believe, what Joe is doing with this situation.
Okay.
Oh my God, Bob!
So I want to tell you where I got this, because they sent it to me for free as a gift on
so
Instagram.
cute.
Their Instagram is Pup Cult. Like, I'm in a cult of pups, but it's pup.
That's the only cult I want to be in.
Yeah, pup.cult. And they were like, we have Vanderpump related stuff. Like, can we send something for Bubs?
Cute.
So they have a bunch of like Bravo related little things. So it says number one dog in the group with a little trophy.
Love him so much.
I love him too.
I love
Okay, you
you.
guys, I just want to say thank you to everyone for letting me go through that. I Checkers has an Instagram, and I can't follow it because it just makes me too emotional. So, because just whenever I look at him with his one eye, I just get really emotional. And so thank you all for allowing me to go through that and do that. And thank you, Jolene, for having just an audience that makes me feel safe. And that's exactly how I felt last time. And then I had, moments with my therapist where I had to talk about it and the reaction to me and how I sound when I talk. But but your audience and your followers and you specifically, you make me feel really safe and okay. And yeah. So this is Bubs.
Well, we adore both of you. I am just obsessed with Bubs. He is so cute. What a little pressy. I know he can't hear me because he doesn't have headphones on. We need to get him his own headphones so he can plug in next time with us. But he's just a little pressy bear. Hi, Bubs. Hi. Hi, Bubs. Oh my God, you're so cute, Bubs. Hi, Bubs. Are you with your mom? Oh my gosh. Oh my. The way his head is moving,
I was like, oh. But his eyes were like, I'm in a much more stable emotional place now. So
Not
I can
me.
say his I know, I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm
don't
so
be sorry.
His eyes really were like
happy to
golden,
meet Bubs like this.
like gold eyes. Like, and it's crazy too, because I can see like him aging. Like he used to be all gold, now he's like white. But it's okay. It's okay.
He's a
still
distinguished older man.
He is a distinguished little
Gentleman.
gentleman. Grass's little.
I will. I'm not above trying to steal him. I wouldn't do that to Christina, but I'm obsessed with Bubs.
He has his own Instagram. He's been a little lax.
Why am I not
with
following
posting.
him?
It's called Bubs the Mystery Mix, which
I'm getting on it.
he's
right
no
now.
longer a mystery mix, but it kind of. But
because he
if
got
you
his
just-
test.
Because he got his DNA test. But if you want to look at pictures of Bubs,
Bubs.
And you can
I'm
see
following
his,
it. I found him and I followed him.
you can see his like original little picture from the shelter when I first got him, which I didn't get him from the shelter. I got him from the adoption agency that got him from the shelter. But it
right by
they gave
Schwartz and
me
Skeezies.
they gave and they gave me his picture, and he's like so skinny and wiry and like little, and his name was Maximus. I was like,
Bubs
that's
is
not,
way better. Maximus.
That's not his
yeah.
name.
Teddy's name was Arrow. I was like, no, he's Theodore Yosemite Lunzer Hernandez. Okay? That's what his name is. And Tilly was already Tilly. And then Buffy was Daisy. But I was like, no, she's Buffy the Anxiety Slayer. Like, duh. Everybody knows
I love that. Somebody asked, what is Joe doing to Checkers? And I don't think Joe's doing anything to him. I don't know. And I think that's what's stressing us out, is that we just, like, I wouldn't say she's doing anything to her dog. I think she's using her dog for our sympathy. And we don't know. Like, we don't know
she's
what the end
she's
game
doing
is,
she's
and
kind of
it's
sad
stressful.
fishing with her dog. She's asking for money through a
sad fishing
GoFundMe
with
for her dog
herself as well.
herself,
Like
yeah.
it's so, I can't deal with Joe.
Yeah, so unfortunately it's also not, within that GoFundMe, she's not being transparent with what the treatment plan actually is. There's just this ultimate kind of like not a threat, I don't know what I would say it is, but this
well, and then she stormed off when somebody was like, are you, and I went and rewatched that because I was confused.
exploiting him. Mm-hmm.
And it said, or not it, sorry. In the live, the reason she got upset was because somebody asked, are you spending the Joe my gosh, like her merch money on Checkers? And she had to have been confused, because if she said yes, that would be a good thing. Like, and she was like, no, you know what? And that's when she stormed off and was like, you guys, I can't do this. Like, you're so mean, and stormed off. And I was like, but if she had to have just been confused, because
I think she wasn't confused.
Or maybe she thought, unless the question was actually like, are you spending the GoFundMe money on your merch line or on your whatever? Like, are you spending the GoFundMe money somewhere else, not for Checkers? That's what I think.
I could see that maybe
was
she got
the
the question mixed up. It wasn't.
Right.
I think the problem was she promoted this live as, I'm going to talk with my business partner, Sonia, who she's making her clothes with or whatever that she's selling. And she invited people to ask questions about Checkers. She said, don't ask questions about Tom, but you can ask questions about Checkers.
And she had a sweatshirt on with Checkers' face.
So
and
she
was like, I'm wearing
this-
my baby on my body. How dare you question me? And I was like, if I had... I'll make people ask me for Bubs merch.
The thing about it, Christina, is she literally did a story, and I have it there because we always have the receipts with our little journalistic backgrounds. Obviously, your real journalism and my I went to school for it, and then I was like, I'm going to do comedy. But, you know, I have the receipt on it that she is on. She's like, and you're welcome to ask me questions about Checkers, and we're going to talk to Sonia. So people ask questions about Checkers, and they asked if she was going to be spending the money that she's making on these clothes that she's selling on Checkers. And she got very offended. In my opinion, what she thought was, no, my dog, she said, and my business are two separate things. And she said this while wearing a sweatshirt with Checkers face on it that she's selling in her business. So it was a totally logical question that this person would ask, wondering, oh, is some of this money, because maybe I'll buy a sweatshirt, is some of the money from your clothes going to Checkers? And she was so mad. Look at Bubs is like, I am
He's
done.
like, let me out of here.
These bitches are getting too serious right now.
But
so
that
was
like
gross.
Well, right. And then I'm just reading the comments, like people are saying, like, because people in Joe's comments were like, what is the name of the vet? We'll donate directly.
And I would do that. I would do that today.
I would do that too. And she got very upset. Or she just didn't, I think she just didn't respond like to those questions.
She calls them trolls, but she has to remember that, you know, you have a whole group of people out there saying you are a compulsive liar. The man you said you're in love with is saying you're a compulsive liar. Your stories are like, Christina's going to be putting out a video and you will see that she
I know, I just need to get it done.
has lots of, not to put pressure on you.
It's
I'm
okay.
just saying it's going to show a lot of, you know, the discrepancies within her stories. So how can we believe that this money or that this thing is even real and true? And in my experience, it's probably better to just give directly to the charity or to the doctor, the vet. Bubs is like, hell yeah.
Mounted.
Bubs is like, Mom, let's go. You've been talking to this chick forever.
No, it's not a it's not a Dundee's bandana. But I do have in addition to my office blanket, I have a Dundee. I have a literal Dundee because, again, my dad knows where to get cool, funny stuff.
Oh my God, my mom.
So I have a Dundee.
Needs to learn this because she only knows how to order blankets with the Beatles on them from China that sometimes she doesn't receive.
The little awards, it came with like a little baggie of like because it's magnets for the awards, so you could put all the different like awards on it. You could switch them out. So the one I chose is the bushiest beaver. The bushiest beaver instead of the busiest beaver. There was like a typo. Anyway.
I love that. I know, poor Nana. Don't worry. She ultimately got her Beatles blanket that she hung up on the wall in a guest's bedroom. But it was a whole thing. So now my parents can't order from Amazon or anything they click on Facebook without calling me first, and I help them. Because I say, I just don't want your whole identity in retirement to get stolen. Because unlike Tom Sandoval, I want my parents to live a long time and have all the money and not take from them. Unlike Tom Sandoval.
I have a question. When Tom Sandoval's mom was watching him perform at his Most Extras show, and she was like this, was it like, I'm proud of my son, or like, I'm never getting that money back?
It was, I'm never getting the money back. And I'm just like, is this as far as he's come? Didn't he take any of that money for singing lessons? Why does he have to be the lead singer? This band will never make money. Like, that's what it was.
You know what's so funny is that his like birthday party of the who's, as James said, he was like there was a guy there whose Chiron, or the lower third thing, his name tag or whatever on the show said Tom's vocal coach. And I was like, sir, don't promote that.
Don't promote that. That's not going to get you more business.
Don't say that out loud. Tom's vocal coach.
Poor guy. I mean, we all got to work. We all got to work. And unfortunately, some people, you can't turn down a job if he's like, hey, can you teach me how to sing? And he's like, in fact, I can't teach you how to sing. I'm checking out that GoFundMe right now because Stacey Wood says the GoFundMe is from December 24th, 2024. Wait, no, that wouldn't make sense because that would be in the future.
Someone informed us that the GoFundMe is her second one for Checkers. See, here's the thing: is I have looked into many a GoFundMe as part of my line of work, but I didn't go look at this one. I just was like, Joe's on one again, like so. I didn't
Like maybe, hopefully, it's not real. Where do you even find where you would say the date? Because as you can see, the description is so vague, and it doesn't say he's going to lose the eye. It just is saying that it might have to be removed. And so again,
Here it is, fundraiser by Kaylee Joe Weinberg. Well, in Google, the result for it is May 17th, 2024, but that could have been the last updated.
Okay.
Okay, are we on the same? Let me just make sure we're on the same one. Yes. Oh God, I can't look. Okay. It says created May 17th down
May
when
7th.
you
So
scroll.
maybe, right here I see it. So maybe that Stacy is a different one. I'm not sure.
Okay, hold on, I can figure this out.
We are investigative reporting this shit as we speak. Okay, ABC News, watch out. Be careful.
Okay, here's another. Hold on.
We need some like forensics to get on this.
So I don't know if this is tied to. Oh,
This doesn't tell us much.
oh, I found the other one. There's
Oh,
a different
God.
picture.
Okay, what is it called?
2 years. Hold on,
What?
Jolene. Oh my God.
Oh
Here.
my God. Breaking news. Share this with all your friends.
Here, I'll put
Can
it
you
in
put
the-
it in the chat, the private chat?
Here, I put, yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to open that up. Oh, goodness God.
Help pay for Checkers Pup's eye surgery created December 24th, 2021.
Okay, let me
And
pull
there
it
he is
up.
with both of his eyes, by the way. So
Tom Schwartz, how dare you bring this lady into our lives?
Listen, I'm glad that if he needs surgery, he needs surgery. That's why I'm like talking about my dog and my experience with him going blind. We're right now doing what we need to do with the eye drops in order to prevent surgery, okay? But that doesn't mean I'm not Checkers doctor, okay? But there it is.
So this one is from, like you said, from where did you say
2021.
this?
Keep going right there.
December 24th, 2021, which is what Stacy meant. Thank you, Stacy, for clarifying that. And thank you for the super chat.
Oh, Stacy.
Do you know Stacy?
Yeah, that's my girl. Well, I mean, I know her as one of my number one fans, my best friends.
Best friend. So this
Hi,
one
Stacy.
says, and thank you, Stacy, for the information. Hi, my name is Kaylee Joe, and I am trying to raise money for my doggo Checkers eye surgery removal. I have never asked for money from friends or strangers, so this is not easy for me, but a friend suggested that I post this. Checkers was diagnosed with glaucoma, and after many different... Oh, no worries. After many different medications, nothing has worked. My vet said that he will need to have his right eye removed, and the low estimate for the surgery is $1,850. I was not prepared for this expense, so any donations are appreciated, no matter how small. Thank you for helping me rescue my baby boy.
What I will
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
While I deal with this.
Cammie, I could have sworn, there was something, she said that she had went back to Wisconsin, and her dad, who's a doctor, looked at the eye when he lost his first eye and was like, you need to bring him to the vet. And we thought, this is it was a convoluted story that she told. She's not good at telling her stories. And we were like, why did she have to go all the way back to Wisconsin with this dog? Like, why weren't you going to regular vet visits? Why not go to a vet in Los Angeles to figure this out? Why would you have to take him all the way to your dad, who I don't know what kind of doctor her dad is? So this is really weird. So it looks like she did meet her goal plus some. So she asked for $1,850. She got $1,890. We do know that Checkers did lose his eye. And now he unfortunately could lose his other eye, according to her. But as you can see in this description, she still isn't giving a breakdown, but she's at least saying, my vet said that he will need to have his right eye removed. But if you look at the other, his newest one, let me I hate how they make you like reshare.
I know.
If you look at the newest one, you will see that her description is very vague. So this is her current one. 3 years ago,
he
Checkers
lost
lost an eye due to glaucoma, and now it seems to be affecting his other eye. His medical bills are piling up, and though I never wanted to ask, I need help with the payments. His remaining eye is turning glossy. Our vet suggests it might need to be removed due to the spread.
This really pisses me off because, yeah, Bubs' eyes were glossy, and the vet suggested it might be. This is what might happen if something spreads. Again, I don't know. I hate this so much. But if there's one thing I'll give her, it's that the cost, honestly, she's giving a low estimate. If anything, that's like a red flag to me, because that would cost like way more than just Bubs' checkup is like $200. So with the veterinary eye specialist. So like that would cost, that's what getting Bubs' teeth cleaned costs. So to have eye surgery would cost way more, but whatever. But I just don't like this. I just don't like it. I just don't like it.
And
It
why
makes me
can't we
uncomfy.
give directly to the vet? What is the fear there? We know you live in California. No one's trying to dox you or anything. What is the fear with us giving directly to the vet? What is the fear of showing more transparency, breaking down the bill? What is, and why put this out there and then not talk about it and not give anyone an update, and we're worried about your damn dog? Why not go to Lisa Vanderpump? Why not all of these
by
things?
the way,
it just doesn't make sense.
I typed, let me tell you how I found this so fast, because I don't think people underestimate like the accessibility of the internet if you just are specific. Like it's so easy to find. People are like, how, not with this necessarily, but with others, like, how did you find that? I'm like, it was 3 clicks away. It was 3 clicks away. To find this, I Googled GoFundMe Joe Checkers first, and I found the current one. Then I was like, I wonder if there's another one. I typed GoFundMe, and then I didn't even fully type Kaylee all the way out. I typed Kayle. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 links, 5 links down, 5 Google results down. December 24th, 2021. Hi, my name's Kaylee Joe. I'm trying to raise money for my dog Checkers. It's not, like, it ain't hard.
No.
It ain't hard. So, did I see the most shut up.
Yeah,
That's
I see it
got-
right here.
Oh, I see.
But it's
Deborah
not.
Baskin.
Yeah, it's Deborah. I don't know if that's
It's Deborah
Baskin
Baskin.
Robbins.
I think Baskin
but-
is just like a name. Like, I don't-
Well, and
Ooh.
it's sketch too, because she's
Oh,
changed
good.
the
Oh,
amount
Bubs went back to
multiple
his-
times.
Bubs peed. He got a treat,
Yay,
and now he's
Bubs.
burrowing in his bed.
So
Anyway.
the sketch part lies in the fact that she's changed the amount. She, we're hearing all these things about the lying. There's been a previous GoFundMe. Her
It's not-
actions are just
Yeah, like,
very.
Honestly,
It's just-
GoFundMe or no GoFundMe, Joe's behavior is what makes it concerning. Like, Joe's behavior is what's concerning.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's it. So at the end of the day, which, not to quote Joe, but when she Instagrammed from someone's garage, the garage, and she said, at the end of the day, I keep saying at the end of the day, but it's the end of the day. So at the end of the day,
You're like,
her behavior. Was that confusing? Because it was confusing to watch when Joe said it too.
yes.
Anyway.
Confusing. And yes, Katie tried to warn us. And honestly, Schwartz owes Katie an apology, owes us an apology. He's trying to make himself out to be the victim of Joe, but it's like, sir,
See, okay,
you
I
knew.
think that's
You
where
knew.
I got held up, like, on that video, because I was initially, I put it together trying to make like a Joe Schwartz like fact check timeline, right? But then I was like, oh, this is just a Joe versus Joe timeline at this point. And now, then I had so much that I was like, I made it more complicated than it should be, because then there's Joe, and then there's Kristen, and then there's Schwartz, and then there's Joe again, and then Joe's probably going to say something else again, and I don't even know what I'm looking for at this point. But What I do know is that she's really obsessed with being on a national, international television platform TV show. And I think that should just be my first video. I think it's just that.
I think because she says it so many times in Christina's video that she's working on, she literally, Joe says, I'm on an international television show, international. Well, on it as an internet, and you're just like, huh?
And I didn't ask. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for anyone to talk about me. I'm like, you willingly, voluntarily signed a contract to appear on the highest watched cable television show of that year.
And you weren't new to it. It wasn't like you just moved here from another country. Even in other countries, it's very popular. But it's not like you didn't know about this. You were in the friend group.
Because every time she says national, she goes international. It's like, girl, what? Oh, Bubs is up again. He's bopping around. But every time she says national, international platform, television platform, TV show. I'm like, what?
It's clear she wanted to be part of the show very badly. At first, I thought it was Schwartz that maybe, I'm sure he convinced her a little bit, but it's pretty clear with how she's treated the Kristen situation and just being on the show in general that she was looking to be on the show. And it's pretty clear that she is perfected, for those who don't, look into this and know this type of person, that she's perfected the victim behavior and victim complex. And she really is... She does it quite often, paint herself as the victim. Mm-hmm.
It's a lot. I just got to go get that thing. Sometimes I make it more complicated than it should be, and I just need to hit export and render and export and just post it.
Just put it out for, and then anything you need to add, you can always...
I'll just break it in a part.
But it's a lot of work. It's very hard.
Because it's making me angry. It's just pissing me off at this point, especially now that I've sat here and fucking sobbed over my dog and her dog. I can't allow this woman to continue to...
I know.
Her I don't know. I keep saying
her emotional manipulation, but it's a lot of that. And like NYC Girl Forever saying, is it possible she created the checkers drama to get Tom's attention? We don't know. That's the thing. Anything's possible.
I wouldn't put it past her. And I came to the conclusion the other day, 2 days, I was like, you know what I've realized? I think because, and a lot. Okay. So I posted a video where I was like, I figured it out. Joe's a grifter. Mm-hmm. And I haven't been able to name the feeling that she gives me, but after compiling all of this and watching all of this is how I feel. And I got the comments, yes, but also just the replies, that I see, and the comments that everybody sees are like, yes, I've been struggling to say that or figure it out because you feel bad and you don't want to talk about them because something's off, but then it all comes together and this is all making sense now, but I understand because you feel guilty at first and you don't want to make observations or assumptions, blah 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 blah. And I just felt I guess just validated in my, because I don't want to make claims like that, but at some point it's
well, I think
this is what it is.
Well, and I do think just being on YouTube as long as I have, you will see a lot of people misuse grifting. So if people have I've seen people go, they're grifters, they have a YouTube membership. Well, it's not grifting.
Right.
If in fact people want to support you on a platform where you're providing something,
right.
It's if you are doing it in a fraudulent way, that is more, because the exact definition of grifting isn't just because you're online asking
it's just
for money.
Manipulating basically, or just presenting yourself in a way with the goal of acquiring
someone
money.
who cheats money out of others. Grifters are also known as defrauders, gougers, scammers, swindlers.
There we go, he's back.
Oh yay. So it's
but
so I think it does seem a little scammy and sus, all of this.
And I had to look it
yeah.
up before I said it too, because I was like, I just want to make sure I'm using this in the right way, because I don't think she's like a scam. I don't think she's like Anna Delvey or Caroline Galloway.
Anna Delvey. I love Anna.
Why are you poor?
Why are you so poor? I'm
Why
Anna Delvey. Why are you dressed
no,
like that?
Why do you
are
look so
poor?
fat?
When I watched
why
that
are you so poor?
docu-series, I couldn't stop Anna Delvey in
Oh,
Everyday
it was
Life.
not a
Oh my
docu-series. It
Or
was
a
scripted.
Scripted series. But
It
it's
was
a docu-series
scripted
to
and
me.
it drove me
to me. I loved
Never
it.
mind. We're going to have to...
Did it drive you insane?
Well, we're just, again, Jolene.
Anna Delvey.
We're going to have to talk
Anna.
about this another time. We're gonna have to talk
I
about-
love.
We're going to have a separate Anna Delvey. We're going to have a separate Saltburn.
It was
we're gonna
a
have separate-
dramatic mini. No,
I mean,
what was it?
It had Shonda
This is
Rhimes
scary.
written all over it. It was Shonda Rhimes like scripted show that was
Mm-hmm.
based on real life events, but Shonda was evident. It was Shonda all over it. It was very
Had Shonda.
Grey's Anatomy, but Anna Delvey is. It's fine. It was
Anna
good. It was
Delvey.
fine.
It was very entertaining.
Anyway, please donate because my dog
Oh
is cute and old, and I need money. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
No, but
okay,
the
so
thing is, okay, here's the thing. Okay, I'll just say one thing. Sorry, I saw somebody say Scary Island, and I just imagined Dorinda in
is
the
something.
Scary Island bathroom watching Scary Island on her iPad while putting her makeup on and being like,
that
oh my
was
God.
great
Inception
for girls
to the
trip. Yep.
max. Amazing.
That was great.
I had a whole lunch with Dorinda. Did I tell you about my lunch with Dorinda?
No?
Oh my God, we have a whole. I spent a whole afternoon. I mean, I paid for like access to be there, but like it was incredible. It was, like, the
Where did
best
you
thing
guys
of my whole
eat
life.
at?
Some Mediterranean restaurant in Midtown, like right by 30 Rock, in the middle of the like a 12:30 on like a Thursday.
How nice of you to
And-
pay.
She loved my. It was me. We were at a 4-top table because it was just me, Dorinda. He licks a lot now that he can't
Aw.
see. He never did that when he could see. Now he's
That
licking.
sense is probably
Anyway,
heightened the taste and the smell.
But it was me, Dorinda's like manager, assistant person, and then one other like fan viewer person or whatever. So it was very intimate. There was no drinking. It was in the middle of the day. Nobody drank. We had water and Diet Coke. Dorinda looks in person. Dorinda literally looks like Princess Diana and Lady Gaga in one person. It is
I could see that.
unbelievable. It is unbelievable. And she was wonderful, and I loved it. And I have a video of us going, clap, clap, you fool, in front of a fish display case.
Did
Because
she find you through your content?
No, it's a whole I don't want to I feel like I keep derailing your channel every time I come on.
But it's really fun.
Okay, so I'm on her like little email list. I met her at BravoCon. I have a little video of me like, I met my real mom today. I finally met my mommy.
Oh my
But that's totally separate. But I had met her, and then I'm on like email list for her doing appearances, and so just ignore that. So her appearances, like there was one at like a pajama place, like a custom pajama. They seem intimate, small gatherings. Like it wasn't like it was blasted out on the Bravo website. And so this one was for a lunch with her, and when I clicked on it, the maximum amount was 20 people. Like 20 tickets were available. So I was expecting to show up at like a really long table, and Dorinda would just say hello
To be ignored. Yeah.
yeah, but the tickets were like $200, and it paid for the meal and everything. It was an expensive restaurant, but it paid for like a prefix, like several course meal or whatever, and like your time with Dorinda. So I was like, I'm just gonna fucking do it. So I did, and so only me and this other person, this other woman, showed up as the like paid guests or whatever. And part of me was like, oh, is that kind of embarrassing? Like, I feel sad, but at the same time, it's literally in the middle of the day in Midtown New York City for $200. Like, there's quite a barrier to entry there, you know? So it makes sense that there's not a table of 20 people,
Yeah.
like, scraping to get in here. So, and then we sat down and Dorinda was like, I'm actually really glad it turned out this way because I was worried. Like, what if I can't talk to everybody? Like, knowing the maximum of tickets. And, like, I'm so happy. Thank you so much for coming and, like, taking your day to spend time. And I love your outfit. I really think I have it. Where is that from? I love this outfit. She said that multiple times to me. And it was dressed in Lala, like, said that was, like, fancy PJs of like royal green with tigers, and I was like, I wore it for you.
I love dressed in Lala. I saw you have the T-shirt with the kitties over the titties, and I love that T-shirt.
Show me your kitties. I basically live in that brand, and at this point, like, please send me some free stuff. I guarantee I've spent more money on your brand than anybody.
I feel like you would get sponsorship with them.
I know I need to, like, but I was wearing it. It was amazing. I wore it for her because I knew she would like it, and she did. And she was convinced that she had it. And I was like, I don't think you do. And she didn't. But it was wonderful. And I didn't it wasn't like the stuff, I never posted really any content about it except for, like, the video of us together saying clip. But because she just wasn't there to, like, spill tea. Like, she just was talking. It felt like you were just talking to your friend or your cousin or your aunt or whatever like, and there were some things she said that were, like, shady-ish, I guess. I don't know. She asked something about the new Roni, and I was like, I haven't even watched it. And she stuck her hand out to me and was like,
I watched like 2 episodes.
Yeah, she was like, yeah, like, kind of like a, because it's not, you don't want to, kind of thing. Like, that's like the shadiest thing she said. She made eye contact. She asked about us. She listened when we spoke. She was like, it was wonderful. It was wonderful. And I loved it. And then when we were like, oh, let's take some pictures after, she specifically wanted to go over to the fish case where there were fish, like, on ice in this restaurant. Right? Because the fish room, she was like, let's do it by the fish display. And the only other thing that, there are 2 other things that I remember that was funny. One is, I don't know how well versed you are in vapes, but she had a Juul.
Not at all.
And it was an old school Juul that was, like, the thing was black. And so it's thin and black. It just was smaller than, like, the current video game controller looking vapes. And it was like a cold, rainy New York day. So she had, she was dressed in all black. She had fingerless black gloves on. Like,
of course she did.
That I've only seen Paris Hilton wear, like fingerless black leather gloves. And I never saw her puff it. And I don't know if that's just because she's as stealth as she is, but the entire time, she had the Juul like this in her, like, this is my lip gloss. It was like this in her hand. Like, she would be talking, right? She'd be talking, da-da-da. And I would just notice that she had this Juul, like,
but she never took a puff from it.
Not that I saw.
Maybe she's so stealth you didn't even notice.
I know. And I just love that she just, like, had this, like, little just vape stash. Like, I just loved it. I loved it. What was that? I forget what else I was going to say, but she was, the other thing I was going to say is that she gave us merch that said, "Eagles don't fly with pigeons." It was a mug and a tote bag because she had said it on
the latest
on
Ultimate Girls trip. Yeah, Ultimate Girls trip with the Kelly Ben Simone.
Eagles don't fly with pigeons. So I have, like, a tote bag that I wear all the time, and then I had a mug that fell down when I was rearranging my little, like, shrine. My shrine under my TV, and I knocked it over. And I was like, this is why I don't rearrange this stuff, you guys. So it broke, but it's okay. I have the memory.
Oh, I
But
love
it was
that
memory.
memory.
It was wonderful, and I just couldn't. I don't know. I just loved it so much. And so whenever I see people talk shit about Dorinda, I'm like, you don't know her like I do.
You didn't have that afternoon in Midtown midweek.
I mean, and
with
we
Dorinda.
weren't drinking. There was no out. Like nobody ordered. It just. I didn't know.
Well, I think you're going to see a different Dorinda, obviously, than the housewives,
Well,
the,
for
the
sure.
binge drinking and all
But
that, for sure.
But still, I was ready to order a glass of wine, but I was like waiting to see, what other people were doing, because it's the middle of the day.
Maybe she was like, "This is business," and
right. I'm sure, and it was like, so I was ready to get day drunk with Dorinda, but we didn't, and I was taking her cues. I don't want her to clip me. But we did, and then when we went to go take a picture, I was like, "Can we do clip?" And I showed her my picture with her from BravoCon, because there was Angie K from Salt Lake City on one side of Dorinda, and then somebody from, I think,
you were there with
Dubai
Angie K
on the other side. It was a photo op, so it was me, Dorinda, Angie K, and then whoever. And I just was like so focused on Dorinda. I was like, I don't even care. I was like, "Can we do clip?" And all of them did clip with us.
because it's iconic.
They were such good sports. And then I made posts later, like after the Salt Lake City reunion and finale. I was like, "I love Angie K. I'm so sorry I cut you out of my BravoCon picture." And she reposted it and was like, "It's okay. I forgive you. I love you." Because I was like, I zoomed in on Dorinda. I was like, I only care about her. Anyway.
Good to know Angie K was a good sport about it.
Angie K was great. So I showed it to her. She was like, "I remember that." I'm like, "Sure you do." So, but then we go to take a picture by the fish case, and I let's do clip. So we're doing clip, and I thought all we were going to say was clip, clip. And then I'm like looking at her face to just make sure I'm reading her body language, and I can see she starts mouthing. And I'm like, "Oh my God, we're going to keep going." And she goes, "You fool." So the video
She's doing the whole scene.
Yeah, so the video is clip, clip, "You fool." And that's our video. And I was like, "Oh my God, you kept going." So it's like
you got more than your money's worth.
Yeah, and it's the best memory of my life. Like, I'm telling you, I'll send it to you right now. It's clip,
Oh my
clip, you
gosh.
fool. Because I just
it.
thought she was going to be like, clip, okay, let's go. And she was like, "You fool." And it was amazing. I was like, "Oh my God." I thought our souls were connected in that moment.
You could be somehow long lost family. I remember just with the Roni thing. Where
I'm
did
just setting
Luann
Bubs
meet?
down.
Where did they always talk about? Was it the Regency?
Where
they go?
The Regency.
So,
Because
the first-
Go ahead.
The first time I went to New York, I wasn't until my mid 30s. Like I had never been to New York, and I was so excited. I went by myself, and I had
I love that. Me too.
my husband
We're
had
so
to,
alike.
he was back working. We're the same. My husband was working, and then my best friend since I was like in 5th grade was out there on business because she was a buyer at the time for, I forget which company.
An art
So
gallery.
not an art gallery. She's a buyer for it was a store. It was a woman's store. And it was like in the Mall of America and all over the place. And so she would go out to New York all the time for all these like buyer things and people taking her to dinner. So I said, "Oh, I'm going to New York." She goes, "Oh, come to Midtown." And she was staying in like some nice hotel. So I just schlepped a backpack together.
Midtown sucks.
It does suck, but
that.
I had never been there, and there was a nice hotel there, and it was so close to the cheesiness of what am I thinking of?
Times Square.
Times Square, that because I had never been there. So I remember getting off the plane and having to take the
And you're like,
subway. And I was so scared because I'm from Minnesota, and then I moved to Arizona, and then I live in California. None of which really where I lived in those areas, we had public transportation on the regular. So the most I had taken a subway was like going to Chicago and taking the L or something. So I had to figure out how to get from the airport to where I was going. I had no idea, to the point where a police officer was like, "Are you okay?" okay? And I said,
I tell
no.
people who come visit, I'm like, just pay to take a fucking cab or an Uber. I will pay for it. Like, do not, I promise, do not, unless,
But
because
I
of for
wanted
first
to.
time visitors, I'm like,
Yes.
do not do this. Just trust me, do not. And they're like, I want to feel like I'm
That's
in
what
New
I
York
wanted to
and
do.
I take the
That's what I wanted
train.
to
I'm
do.
like,
That's what I
I
wanted to
know. We will take the train while you're here. But trust me, you don't want to do this.
I got lost, Christina, so many times. The police officer said, I think
you
I just
did.
looked distressed. He goes, are you okay? And I go, not really. So then he directed me in the right direction, but then I still missed some stops. Ultimately, I still hadn't even seen New York City. I had been underground this whole time. It's half a day I've spent in the subway system.
You're
confused.
underwater.
Yes.
Isn't that weird?
So then I'm FaceTiming. I call my husband and I'm like, I'm about to go walk into New York City for the first time. And he loves New York. It was like a discussion for us was, do we move to LA for comedy or New York? He wanted New York. I wanted LA. I won. Okay. So he's been to New York a bunch. So this is my first time. I cry. We're on FaceTime. There's a video of me. I'm crying, walking up wherever I was. I was like, this is beautiful. All of my little Midwestern girl dreams were coming true. I was there to do comedy. I was like, oh my God, I was so excited. And I made it a point. I walked everywhere. I made my friend who, like, you know, she has a good job. So they're like, she's like, oh, we have a dinner with clients in Little Italy or whatever. Cars picking us up. So I was like I was meeting them there. And then we were going to a show, and one of my shows was in Queens. And she said, okay, I'll have a car take us. I said, no, we're taking the subway.
You're all over the goddamn thing.
I know.
I was the same way. I was the same way when I would visit. I was like, no, I don't need a car. I will make the trek. I want to feel like I'm walking around. Like
that's what I did. So she was like, Joleen, I've been here so many times and I've never taken the subway. So it was like an adventure. We got lost again. We got off too soon in Queens. So then I was like, oh my God, it's like we're in a TV show because there's the tracks and it's all dark and there's those like homes there. And we finally go to like this gentrified area of Queens where they had this little bar
and you're like,
where
I
my
feel
comedy
safe
show.
here.
Yeah. We were just like, okay. And we just had like the best time. But during my trip, I was just walking, taking the subway everywhere. I was like, that's what I'm doing. I don't care. And I had my backpack that I carried with me. And then I made sure I went to the Regency and I posted up at the bar. I obviously had been, you know, I've been sober since 2012 and this is, you know, past that time. So I was like, I just want to see where it all happens. I ordered a Caesar salad. It was $100 million. I ordered a sparkling water. It was $200 billion. I went in the bathroom and freshened up. And I'm just like, okay, so this is where they meet. So I told my husband, I'm going to see if there's these like creepy, horny old guys, you know, just like sitting at the bar. Just like, I took so many pictures. I should like post it. I was so geeking out. It was just everything because I was so into Roni. So I wanted to go to the area where Andy Cohen lived. I wanted to, you know, walk around in that neighborhood. So I did. I was geeking out in Central Park. I don't think I've ever been that happy since I was there.
Somebody just said we're giving Joe energy and to please stop. Just wanted to alert you to that. The first time I ever came to New York was for work when I worked at NBC. And so like it was a work funded trip. So I was staying in a hotel near where I would need to go to work, which I was at 30 Rock. So I was staying because NBC was in that. And so I was there for like a week and my hotel was directly across from 30 Rock. So I was like walking through Rockefeller Center every day.
You're so Tina Fey. I love it.
Well, it's like that was my first time ever being
amazing.
in New York. So I'm like, wow. You know? But that's not to say that the rest of my experience hasn't been wow, which no, it hasn't. Living here is a whole different deal than visiting, but it, you know, it was I was in it, you know, and in the
you're in the trenches.
New York vibe, very, you know, like this is New York. But I wanted to walk everywhere. I would just walk and walk and walk.
Me too.
And then I came back to visit a couple more times before I lived here. And somebody said, try living in this town.
Yes, as a visitor, I totally get that it was so
Tammy,
novel.
I live here now. I lived in LA. I moved here from LA. I wouldn't people ask me like, do I miss LA? And would I move back or would I leave New York? And I'm honestly like, I don't miss it. I loved LA. Like I don't move because I am running away from the place I was. I'm running toward the new thing, And so I wasn't like, I don't like have a desire to like go back or whatever. But that's not to say that I wouldn't. But I'll live in New York as long as I can afford to.
When you first moved from LA to New York, did people, because when I've been there many times now, and done shows, but whenever I would go and see like my stand-up friends who live there, and they would go, you seem like really happy. You're like wearing a lot of color. Like they would always comment on the fact that I think I showed up to a comedy show in like a floral blouse, and they were like, you're wearing a lot of color. I was like, oh, sorry.
It's like, when Sex and the City made them go to LA and Miranda was like, why is everybody here so happy? And she was like met up with that guy who was like a late night show writer who like lost a bunch of weight after. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Anyway, if you don't, it doesn't matter. But there is that thing. And I don't feel like when I moved, sorry, I didn't even get your question, but is it like, did I feel like I had to like wear black or whatever?
Well, I kept getting free shit. Like the first time I went there, everywhere I went, I would get free shit.
That's not what I thought you were going to say. I would like, walk into stereotype you into like a California whatever.
Well, yes, that too. They would be like, oh, you're just like, you're so chipper, because my friends were like, because I think there's a difference between visiting anywhere than living there. But me and my friend, who's also from Minnesota, it was my first time, so I was just so happy. I was just thanking people. I was like, thank you so much. We go into like a bodega. I was like, thank you so much. And they were like, do you want here? I got free boba. I got free free stuff at the store. Like people were just like, I got free bagels when I was there with my husband one time, because I was just so like, this is amazing. This is great. And they're like, no one, what's here? Do you want to, people would just give me stuff. And it was awesome. And I know that's probably not going to happen ever again, but I was so naive and just like walking around with a huge smile on my face.
I had almost like the inverse experience where it was like, people would think like I would do things that were friendly or Good Samaritan like, or whatever. Like some lady I was getting a bagel and this person in front of me like didn't have cash. And they were cash only or they were only credit card and she only had cash or whatever. And I was like, I'll get it for you. And I was behind her. And she was like, oh my God, really? That's so nice. So that's just one example of like where somebody and the New Yorkers behind the counter, because clearly she was visiting because she had like a French accent. She admitted that she was like visiting or whatever. I was like, you're so nice. And New Yorkers were like, we take care of our own. They're not, when I say New Yorkers, I mean like the guys behind the counter. Like we take care of, like people are nice here. And I was like, oh, yeah. But I'm visiting too. No, she didn't wear a scrunchie. I know the burger. But although I do have a scrunchie right here, so Carrie and Burger can both suck it. But anyway,
back.
What I found was, I still find to this day that like there is it's this like dichotomy. Like there's this sense of community that like anybody will help you, but as soon as you're done, they don't fucking know you. Like when I remember this specifically like with winter time when it's snowing and it's so fucking slippery and like you're trying to get through the intersections and the corners. Like there's a lady with a stroller and she's like trying to like kick up the bottom so it goes up, like, and you're helping her get across, like you're helping her, but as soon as she gets to the other side, you're like, peace the fuck out, bye. And like, when it's snowing, no, not even. And like there was one time where I was like, me and this other girl were like struggling to like get over the sidewalk because there was just a mountain of snow and we were like uneasy, and we just reached out and grabbed each other's hands and like helped the other person. Then like we didn't even say anything. It was just, we helped each other and then like we moved on.
Though.
And so there's like a sense of like when I walk outside, it's like nobody knows you, nobody gives a fuck. But like, but everybody will give a fuck if you need them to, and then they won't anymore.
Just like that guy said, we help our own. Like so it's.
But even
well, you were
even helping your own, it just is like, it just feels like everyone's aware of you, but nobody cares in a judgmental way what you're doing. Like everyone's aware of you being there, but no one's upset that you are. And if they are, then they're an asshole and they'll lose any side of the argument because they're an asshole. Like it just feels, the only way I could describe it, and the best way I still describe it, is that I felt free. And I said that to somebody when I went back to LA. My friend was like, that's so interesting that you say that because it's so compact compared to LA. Like there's no space, like, and it's so like tight that you like feel free there when you live here and it's open. I was like, that is weird. But that's just how I felt. I just felt free to be
it is interesting because
me.
you wouldn't think, but I kind of, you know, I could see that just with obviously only being a visitor there. I do remember though, last thing, and then we'll wrap this up. And I know there's one more thing we have to talk about, you guys, and thank you for letting us go on fun little tangents. But what is the restaurant that is in Harry Met Sally where she acts out? It's like a very well-known
a diner.
And it's like open all the time.
Because I've been there and it wasn't even that good.
Someone in the chat, I'm sure, will know Cat's Deli? Katz's or something? Okay. So
with
when
Katz,
the last time I went to New York was right as the Panakuchen was about to hit. We didn't know about it. And
you'll hate me. Yeah, Katz's Deli.
And
they have a reserved table, by the way, at Katz's Deli. See it. Now everybody's got it. We just needed to wait.
Yep.
Yeah, but they have a table that's like the When Harry Met Sally table that like you can like sit at.
I don't even know if I saw that. It was so late. We were there for my 40th birthday, did a bunch of comedy shows. Me and my husband went, and my brother-in-law was living there at the time because he went to the acting school, one of the acting schools there. I forget what it's called. And so he was like, let's go to Katz's. And I was like, okay, I've never been there. And then I was like, oh my God, it's the Harry Met Sally. And I was such a tourist. And I was so excited again with the energy of this city. Everyone was eating. We ordered our stuff. We were just kind of like, I think we were waiting or we had just gotten our food or something. And a fight broke out in the front of the restaurant. And I got so excited.
Outside or in
the restaurant, but in the front. You know how you walk in and then there's like a long, you go around the counter and then you can walk all the way to the back. So our table was like in the back. People, I don't remember what they were fighting about. I have a video of it. I got up with my phone and I go, this is great. And I start running toward the fight. And my husband goes, that is perfectly describes you and the difference. He's like this, like, oh my God, no drama. Him and his brother.
No,
and
you're unbothered. You're like, oh yeah, there's a fight.
Nobody else was really, and I was like, this is great. And I ran right up with my phone. I was like, this is so exciting. They were fighting over something so ridiculous. And then I bonded with a couple people just like standing there. And
for your 40th birthday, Jolene? I'm ashamed to know you. Oh my God.
I don't know if that was the night of my 40th. I performed the night of my 40th, but I was just so. I was so geeked out, and I was like, they're fighting in the restaurants, and I ran up, and I was like, this is where I belong. And then we walked home, and I saw the biggest rat I'd ever seen in my life, and I was like, I think I'm ready to go back to California now.
Oh my God, the rat! There's so many. I mean, I was out driving my Barbie Jeep one time at night, Jeep. And I was like, oh my God, there's a rat family that I'm disturbing, and I gotta cruise away. I gotta reverse.
Not a rat family. Oh my God.
Bro, no, because they were in like an area that is normally like, it's not lit at night. And I was just like near, because there's Domino Park that's very well lit. And then there's like a little park that like is on the rocks of the river with like a little walking path. And I started to like drive my Barbie Jeep down it. Because the only time I drive my Barbie Jeep is I'm live streaming. So I was live streaming driving in my Barbie Jeep.
More.
I know I need to do it now. Well, because it was cold. Now it's warm again, so I'll start doing it again.
Can you put Bubs in there with you? And does he like it?
I barely fucking shoved myself into this. I'm like, literally, I'm like this, driving the thing. But then the light. So I have lights on my Barbie Jeep, and I was like, there were like all these rats scurrying. I was like, oh my God. I had to like. Reverse, and it makes noise when you hit any of the acceleration or it's like it's really Oh my God, Ella, I wish I figured the shoe journey is over. Those 2 packages are missing, and I'm going to have to figure out how to get my money back from DSW. Anyway, yeah,
Oh, no.
my Barbie Jeep.
So the only thing I love these. I've had so much fun sharing these stories
Anyway,
and hearing
lots
these
of
stories.
rats. Love the
Lots of-
rats. I support
lots of
support New York City rats. I just don't want to touch them. That's all. I don't
They should have
There
their
were a
own
bunch.
island. Can you give up
Dude,
Long Island
they
to
were
them or one of the islands?
They were like scurrying from like one bush to the other. It was like, oh my, and I'm like, I know I'm protected in this Jeep, or
But it's
not
still-
protected, but I was just like, oh my God, it's like they're on my toes right now. I gotta go. So
It's
I had
just
to-
they're
I was
just
like,
so
I'm never going.
huge.
They're really
I always
fat.
thought people were. I thought people were like making it a bigger deal than it was until I.
No, they're
saw
hanging out. Pizza
their-
Rat is a New York City icon, and honestly, I support Pizza Rat. I support all the rats. I support the rats. Okay, they ride
so-
they do ride the subway too. They do. I support them. I just don't.
That's
don't
what I was
get-
afraid of being
Don't touch
caught.
my foot. That's
Yes,
all.
down in a subway with. Anyways, okay, we'll move on. Now, the only thing we didn't cover, Christina, was Lala, or I'm sorry, Ariana on Katie's.
Disrespectfully. Mhm.
Yes, did you listen to it?
I did. The only thing to say about it is what's new. She's got her fucking head held high.
Yep.
What else is there about it? She's being Ariana. She's being respectful. She's not talking shit about anybody.
Still.
She's recognizing that, I mean, the only, I guess, like, new piece of information, just because the reunion part 3 was new, is like, oh, yeah, it felt like that thing they did was specifically targeted to make me upset again, because this is for no one else but this. And Katie echoed that sentiment, was like, yeah, like, this is for nobody but
Yeah,
the
Katie thought it
purpose of
was
this.
cruel. It was very mean.
But I will say the rest of that podcast was very, like, they talked about the tanning salon stickers.
I did see that.
And Outback Steakhouse and Florida chain restaurants and just everything. I was like, this is
It's a
why I
millennial
love you.
experience.
It was my entire, like, high school experience that they had just.
Well, and Dana
discussed.
is very funny. I forget that Dana, I don't know if she still is, but she was a stand-up
A
comedian, and
comedian.
she was like venturing into that when she was on the show. But I forget how like naturally funny Dana is. Very naturally conversationally funny, which isn't the case for all stand-up comedians. A lot of comedians, they need their prepared jokes or whatever their persona is. So it was refreshing to see her. She's just a naturally funny person. I think she cracks Katie up. Katie's very funny, clever, and witty, and obviously Ariana. But I'm very impressed with Dana, and it's like it's actually a really good podcast that I believe people will listen to, because they don't, even without Katie's name attached to it, because I think they have they have very strong POVs, very strong point of views, and and I think it's like a millennial woman's like journey.
Yes.
So
yes,
it's a good show.
They're very, oh my God, I really can't believe I'm about to say this because I fucking hate it, because it was said to me so many times during a specific period of my career that scarred me for life, but they're very much in the zeitgeist.
Not the zeitgeist.
They're in the zeitgeist. But they're a better, I guess, way of saying it is like they're all awful phrase. They have their finger on the pulse.
On the pulse of what's happening for millennial women.
I don't know how else to describe. They're hip. I don't know what to say. But they're on it. They got it. They get it. They get me. They get
it. Yes.
They're representative of like at least my age group or my experience. I could not believe.
I think it's specifically, definitely hits on your age group.
The
Myself
millennial,
as like a zennial or the oldest millennial possible, or the
Listening to
youngest
them-
Gen Xer. I still follow it as a woman in her 40s. So I'm still hip. I'm so cool.
You
guys.
are hip. It was just listening to today specifically with Ariana and the tanning. I mean, not the pooping in the tanning salon. I don't know what that was about. But I worked in a tanning salon, and there was a lady who, I swear to God, would pee in the tanning. She would only come in, she would tan and pee. I swear to God.
No, she peed in the tanning booth?
Yes.
In the tanning bed?
Yes, but they were stand up only. So it would be like through the grate. Like
That must have been her kink or something.
Listen. But they were talking about their witch stickers and like the outline of the heart was serving cunt. And then like which chain restaurants they love and what they order at the chain restaurants and like just everything. I was just like, I'm in my senior year of high school. Like and also like Ariana and I, my childhood was in Melbourne, Florida, which is where she's from. And then I grew up in Orlando. But then they started talking about Orlando. Dana's connected to Florida somehow. I forget exactly how. And I'm sorry, Dana, I'm not as well versed in your Floridian experience as I am Ariana's. But just everything was it just felt so like you were one of my friends or something. Like they're just so relatable. And I think that's why, I don't know, that's why they have so many, that's why they're not even so many fans, but the fan support that they do have is as strong and dedicated as it is because they are so accessible and relatable in terms of like their life experience and who they are as a person and who they represent themselves to be. They're authentically themselves. They're not like blah, blah, Tupac, Sheena, or Marie. They are themselves, and you can see yourself in them or your friends in them, and vice versa.
It doesn't seem like they're trying. Where if you listen to Lala, she's trying to do a Heather McDonald impersonation with an echo chamber of people going, and then Sheena, Sheena's podcast is more just basically about the world she's kind of in and interviewing other people who are in that world. So it's different. It seems more authentic, but again, I'm biased because
Sheena's
I'm enjoying them.
podcast is, if we're just talking about podcast quality as a podcast alone, Sheena's is way better than Lala's. Like, I'll give her that.
Way better. Oh my God. Shenanigans is like
it's a good podcast.
Emmy award winning compared to Lala's. Like, I do believe people would actually listen to Shenanigans and do because she does interview people in that world.
She's good at that. She does a good job at it.
Get it, Sheena?
Like, like
Lala's podcast sucks. I'm sorry. It's really bad. It's bad.
It is. It's not.
It's really bad. I want to like it, but it's really bad, and it's just about
Lala.
Like okay, I'm just lying, but I wanted to try to feign kindness in that regard. But it does make me wish that Dana, if there is after this pause with Vanderpump, I do wish she would come back. I
want her back so bad. I want her back so bad, and she has her chin.
You guys, James Kennedy, you have that beautiful, what's it called?
Yeah. Butt chin?
No, not a butt. There's like a name. Like people pay to have that. What is it?
I don't know.
A cut.
Butt chin. Cleft chin. No, that's cleft.
I don't know.
No.
I just have multiple chins. I'm not sure.
Multiple.
Well, okay, let's get through the super chats and then we will wrap it up because Christina and I have been having all the fun, but we have to save some of the fun for the next time.
See, I got it right.
Cleft
chin. I got it right.
What did I say no?
No, you didn't say no.
You're wrong. You dummy.
So stupid.
You're so stupid. I can't even believe you'd say that. Okay. So where were we at with these? Okay. So it was the Joe story. Okay.
Oh, you got to scroll way up.
Chickenhead, thank you so much for the super chat. What month? I am also 13. So you guys must have been talking about maybe.
This was when you walked your dog.
Okay.
That's how far back you are.
When they made the cappuccinos. Bauer Power said, thanks for having us on your international platform. Oh my God, you're so welcome.
National, international.
Bravo chick from Miami. This duo, glad you deuced me to your little sis, Christina. Yes, I love being weird and just die laughing hearing you guys. Everyone hit the like button. Much love. OXOX. Crazy. Crazy. 8T. Crazy 8s 14. Crazy 8s 14. Is that what it is?
Okay. That's
I love it. Amy, no flipping why. Still love your username. Thank you so much, Denise. When
Oh,
Jolene,
what's
we
up,
talked
dude?
about that. That was so great. Osfly Girl, it's been fun, insightful, meaningful. It's been all the things. Thank you, Osfly Girl. Wanda Lee says, coins for Bubs. Num Num Funds. He's cute. Okay, I am going
He's got
to
plenty.
Venmo this to you or Cash App. Whatever you do. Christina Byington, Billy Joel Byington says, hey, Chewini Rescue. Oh, that's your Chewini in the picture, Christina. Justine says, so sorry for making everyone cry. No, I really enjoyed it. I had a great time.
Like
Some
I
of my
say,
favorite memories are crying.
It happens a lot, and it's just a thing that happens, and it'll be over quickly.
You know what's so funny? I'm an avid crier, but I'm like Ariana. I'm not a cry on live, but I have cried my way through many a Target, a Home Goods, and a TJ Maxx. So, you know, sometimes you feel it out. Maxinista. Give me a sponsorship. I'll be the cryinista.
But wait,
so-
Justine King, my dog has glaucoma
yeah.
and takes different drops, and I bring him for pressure checks every week. Literally, welcome to my life. Thank you. Now we are now down to every like 3 months or something for the pressure check. So or maybe once a month, not 3 months yet. But now we're monthly instead of weekly. Hopefully we'll be quarterly soon. I don't know. But I'm with you if you're still here.
Yay. Thank you, Stacey Wood. Tammy Lee says, as a producer from my couch, I would like to see Rachel and Crazy Joseph return next season and fuck things up, unleash the psychos.
I don't know about that. But I support you.
We support you, Tammy, in that decision. I see what you're saying because my wonderful friend Rebecca Lieb from Vanderpodcalypse, one of the hosts of Vanderpodcalypse. She's a hilarious writer, comedian. We had her. She was on the channel. She, too, is like Joe is whatever Joe is, but she's very entertained with what Joe can bring to the show. So I respect that.
It gives me anxiety, but I love that for you.
If she's going to come back and she's going to, harass Schwartz, then I'm on board. Anytime she's going to harass, if she doesn't simp for the Toms and she's actually going to go after them, I'll say she can come back. But I don't think she's going to do that.
I don't think she's capable. I don't know.
I know. I don't either.
Camille,
don't know. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
I just am responding to the 12th season that I don't even know if I don't know.
If there's Camille says if there's a 12th season, I don't expect Ariana to one-on-one with Tom. Being able to endure something does not equal. We're gray rocking. I'm gray rocking him too. Okay, endure something does not equal an obligation to withstand it. Healing is still reality. Being toxic isn't more authentic. I don't think Ariana ever has to get to the place because honestly, I've met Tom Sandoval before. I've been at I performed on a show where Tom Sandoval was there. Now, if I had to do that, I would gray rock him too. I would probably roast him a little bit from the stage, and then I would be like, oh, you don't exist to me.
How many?
I would do the craft. 851. We did lose quite a bit once we started going off on our tangents, but then we know the real ones stayed, or the ones that could endure it. Mm-hmm. But it's 849 of our closest friends are here, so share away. Oh no!
I've had a sexual dream about it.
We're removing Christina. She can't be a part of the show anymore. And I'm just kidding.
I can't control what happens in there in the dream world.
Tom Sandoval, he's infiltrating.
I know it wasn't.
Okay, I'm not going to judge.
It wasn't like in a desire. Like just in the dream, we were in some kind of entanglement. That's all. And was it you were one of those, what they talked about on Katie's podcast and Dana, were you one of the madams that he was getting the torture stuff? You had to like. It was not a lucid dream. Hey, it was not a lucid dream. It was not a lucid dream. It was not a lucid dream because if it was a lucid dream, I would be able to control it. It was not a lucid dream. It also wasn't a nightmare. It's just I think
he creeped into your psyche. It's okay.
Yeah, I think we just like did it, but in the dream we weren't doing it in the dream.
Were you left unfulfilled?
The dream was more like how in the dream, in that realm, like the background information that's non-existent. Like in the dream. it was like, oh, we've hooked up before, but not that we were hooking up in the dream. It was just like, that was the info. You know what it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm very active in my dream life.
Yes, I am not.
You
this
know, like,
active.
you
I'm
know,
so
the
lazy.
background where it's like, that's what's informing the behavior or the scenario in the dreams. Like but you just
You had a
know it
history with
already.
him.
No. Just the history in the dream was that we had done it. Okay. And then something in the dream was like, we were, I don't know. I wish I didn't say anything. Just forget
No,
it.
it's okay. I shouldn't have been so judgmental.
I've
It's
had
just
sex dreams about a lot of people, you guys. Okay?
a lot of
forget it.
disgusting people, and there's
A lot of
nothing wrong with that.
Disgusting.
Horrible.
Just forget
Horrible. Don't tell him, because it'll only feed his warped ego, and we don't need that.
I did not dream of the act. Okay, so that I think absolved
then
me from a
that's- I
little
think
bit of problems.
that
It's
does
just that
absolve
in the
you.
dream I knew that we had done it, and it. Listen, I dream about this cast all the time in a non-weird way. I dream that I'm live streaming and then my live stream ends and that TikTok kicks me off. I dream that there's 1,000 trolls and bots in my live stream commenting to try to get me kicked off. Like, it's not healthy, but it is what it is.
But you're just like absorbed. It's okay. We're gonna be here for you, Christina. You're just this whole with the editing of it, and of course they're gonna be a part of your life.
you,
and we're
Meg.
not gonna hold this against you. Justine, thank you. Justine says Bogart is supposed to go only once a month, but I'm a worrier. So let us come every week.
Oh,
We
the
totally
doggy. I
get
love
it.
that name.
Doggy,
Bogart's
Bogart.
really cute.
Yeah, nobody tell him. Nobody go there and tell him, okay? Because he will love this, and then he'll be in Christina's DMs, and now
No,
we have
he
this
won't.
whole other.
He
Yes, he
won't.
will. Oh, okay.
He won't.
He will.
He won't. His band.
Let's try it. Go
Boner
tell him.
Jason blocked me. Okay, so
Why hasn't he blocked me? I'm the one that came up with laptop
only
owner
the
Jason.
band, only the Tom Sandoval Most Extras handle is what I'm blocked from. So I
Why?
believe that it was Boner Jason. I don't know.
Of course, he runs. What? How did you tag them in something and he would see it, or did he just find your content and was
I
like,
think he just found. See, because I'm not dumb enough. That's why I don't like people doing it.
tagging it in
You
your?
see
I
that
know.
shift?
I know.
I'm like, if I wanted to tag people,
Camille
I
said,
would.
"End the live." End it now. This never. I'm gonna have to put this on private.
If I-
Members only.
If I wanted to tag people, I would, bro.
People do
But
that.
other people tag people, and I was talking shit about Tom or doing something, and then I was blocked by the
I wonder if
blocked by their
I'm
band. Jason
blocked.
blocked.
I should be.
I'm just saying no thanks. Yeah, like it's just I think Jason's like really on
He's
it.
sensitive.
10 Hail, no, 10 Hail Lisas. I'll do a Hail Lisa because that's what James Kennedy does to repent. Anyway. Save Christina and the live. You guys, I'm good. Believe me,
I'm
I
not
behaved.
blocked. I am so
I-
offended that I'm not blocked. I'm gonna
I
message
be-
them, block me.
Yeah, like
Message
what?
them, block-
I behaved so much worse on lives. I've had way more embarrassing lives that are on my own channel. You guys, like, I'm doing great. Jolene should let me be here all night because I'll make up.
I'm gonna
for
keep
all,
the live on.
Like, I'll make up for all my completely incoherent. My live the other night that you got on, that I was like, oh my god, I'm crying and I love you, Jolene.
That was such
At
a
the-
nice live. I loved it.
Did you watch all of it? Because towards the end,
Oh
after
no, I
I
had to
took
go
my
to bed.
yeah, well, I took an Ambien and
Oh no.
because I've had insomnia since middle school, and this is a thing that I just told you about the dreams I have. Clearly, I need help.
Well,
sleeping.
Ambien they give you very
Ambien
vivid dreams,
just-
right?
No, Ambien really doesn't have an impact on my dreams anymore. It's just I either sleep or I don't sleep. But if you stay awake on Ambien, you see shit. And I was on my live stream like, oh, there's a man next to me telling me what to do. And I was watching it like, oh my God. But I'm leaving it up. I'm leaving it up because that's authentic. That's what happened. And the other 2 hours of the live were good. Just...
You can't be blamed. I mean, people get in cars and think they can drive or binge eat on Ambien. So
I know.
don't worry about it.
And I was like, I think there's a man next to me telling me what to post. No.
Can you just clip that and put it on your Instagram in the short form so that we could?
Oh, you just
do
want to
that?
see that part? Yeah.
I
No,
do.
my eyes are like, I'm like, there's a man. It's awful. It's awful. I'm so horrified by it, but it's real and it's what happened and it's fine and it's
You're real.
fine.
You're like
It's
Katie
fine.
Maloney, the realest people,
I'm
realest piece of
real.
real. She's real.
Real. I'm real.
I love that Invisible says my uterus would fall out if I dreamed that.
Oh my god. No,
Yeah,
listen.
Did you have those? Did you put the Rachel Raquel galaxy lights on?
No, I only have
That
those
would've
for
been
when
amazing.
guys come over. To
Shelly says, Cliff, you do not. Oh my god. I feel like that's what Rachel Raquel does too.
Gotta set the mood.
They're the sex lights.
Well, I got just like a pink light bulb, but it was like fucking a blinding neon pink in my room. And I was like, I really need it to be more subtle because it was like, so I got one of the little
Oh my god.
spaceships.
That's it. I'm getting on Amazon and I'm gonna get it. I'm not gonna tell my husband. I'm just gonna turn it on next time.
red
Be
light
like,
special, you know? Red light
Hey.
special. I should have just gotten a red light. I used to have a red light bulb, and then it faded enough from being lit enough that then it turned kind of mauve, and so then I bought pink, and that pink doesn't. It's too pink.
I have neighbors. Okay, what does this mean? I have neighbors when we walk the dogs at night. We walk along, the neighborhood, and these one neighbors always have this one light or this one room lit up with a red light bulb. Is that like they're looking to swing?
No,
What
that's
is
not,
what does
no,
it mean?
Listen, it's just vibey. It does not attach.
But why
to any-
always red? That's to
It's
me.
just
That's
vibey.
serial
I liked
killer.
it. I don't know. I just liked the vibe.
I like colored lights too, but why not a green or a blue here and there or a
No,
pink?
because,
it's always
listen,
blood red.
No, because the different colors are stimulating. It's just like when you look at what color should I paint my wall. Like
But that's my question. What are they stimulating? You know what I mean? Is it the sex room? Is it the dungeon? Like, what am I seeing? Why are the
Listen,
curtains open? It's 11 p.m.
Their curtains are open?
That's
Well,
how I
then
can
they're-
see.
Well, then
I think
well,
they're
then
trying
you
to
would've
invite
s-
us. I think they're
that-
trying to
yeah,
invite
maybe
us.
Meg Shep says maybe a dark room for maybe they're photographers.
Okay, I take it back. I'm sorry, neighbors. I just imagined something just
Well, if the windows
kinky
are
is going on.
open, then you would see it.
I don't see any pictures hanging.
Well,
but I
you
also
would've
don't
seen
see
them swinging too.
A sex
I mean,
swing either.
The Philips Hue bulbs. Okay, one of my visitors told me I should get one.
I do love a light bulb where I have the whatever the light bulbs are where you have the little remote and you can change
That's
the
the
colors.
hue light. The hue
Okay,
light
yeah,
that they just
I love
said.
those. You can get them at Costco and shit.
There's too many. I don't want, listen, I don't use Alexa. I don't use Siri.
What?
I don't need people fucking listening to me. And that's what
I
scares
do.
me about the lights. And I'm not even like a weirdo, like, oh, I'm going to get microchipped if I get a vaccine. That's not how I feel. I just don't, Siri and Alexa fucking listen to you. And I don't want them. I don't need them. I don't need them. And I don't want them
I
listening.
honestly
So I don't use
love
them.
it now.
I don't use them.
I get what you're talking about because when I first was exposed to, I'll call it an Alexis, so we don't trigger anyone's.
Alexis. No,
Alexis.
I yell. It's my favorite thing now is I'll yell some like, I'll make
people
a
are
joke
gonna-
about Alexa in my live streams. They're like, you're making her do
You're
stuff.
making it go off.
Alexa, text mom.
Now everyone here.
Alexa, ask mom to get whatever. Tell mom tell mom I'm going to the hospital. And they're like, stop it. Stop. That's your problem. That's a you
I do
problem.
think
You let
it's-
her into your home.
Well, that's true. And I do think when I was first exposed to one, it was at my mother-in-law's, and they could get direct calls from my husband's sister and her adorable kids who are so cute. But it freaked me out because I would be there.
But
all
it
of a
would
sudden
just
they'd be
come
hi,
through
and
the
I was like,
speaker.
oh my god, I'm not wearing a bra. Like it comes right in the kitchen. I'm making toast. And I'm like, I can't talk to anyone. I'm not ready. I don't even like FaceTiming that much. Like
know.
I'm not ready for
There-
this.
When I was at
Oh my goodness.
my last news job, I had a conversation with my boss at the time, who is a gay British man. So we understood each other in many ways that would not normally be understood, but we did. And he was talking about how there apparently is an option that a lot of people don't know about for Alexa, that where you can make it like a gender neutral name and voice. Or something that's like Alex or A or something. You can like customize what you call it and the voice that comes out. I want to know because I don't support Alexa in my home. But if anybody can confirm that, there you go.
Well, I have one. I could try to confirm it, but I feel like she has become a friend to me through the pandemic. We had one. And I talk to her regularly, and I get very upset when people talk to her rudely because I think one day the machines are going to take over with AI, and she's going to kill you first, not me, because I'm very nice to her. Randomly, I'll just say thank you to her, and then I love her.
Variant said they're going to have ambient ads on their phone browsers after this. I bet, because I'm telling you, I'll say something, and that shit shows up, and I'm like, they're listening. And I'm really sorry. Nobody take ambient. This is under the supervision of a medical professional only. Thank you.
Obviously.
Oh, yes, you can change the name in case your name.
I never even thought of that. If that is in fact your name.
What if it is? Like there was a girl on Love Is Blind whose name was Alexa, and every time I made a video about her, I thought of that. I mean, it didn't really impede my video making ability, but I thought about it.
Do you know that you can ask Alexis, you can ask her to quiz you. She'll tell you jokes.
Can you ask her? I want a quiz. Let's do trivia before we sign off. I want a quiz.
Well, it's
quiz me.
Downstairs in my kitchen.
Oh, well,
I only
rude.
have her there. Yeah, I know. That's where I enjoy having her because
keeping a woman in the kitchen, Joleen.
Where we belong. She's childfree too, by the way. Child-free by choice.
Her eggs are scrambled and she's cooking them.
All she ever hears is, Alexa, play Olivia Rodrigo. Alexa, play Taylor Swift Betty. Alexa, play Ani DeFranco. That's all she hears 24/7. So she's just like,
she's tired.
She goes, Jolene, we get it. You're a feminist. Like she just is. She's very sick of me. Yeah, she's barefoot and but not pregnant. No, I'm not allowing that for her.
Wow, Jolene. No.
She's just in the kitchen. I think of
Where's
it more.
Alexa's equal
She's a
rights?
Snacker.
My
she's
Anthony
Hufflepuff
is on back
and
order.
she's
Oh, Anthony, I'm sorry. We're all talking together at once, and I love that for us. But it is. Oh my God! We're setting the Alexas off.
So sorry. But hopefully she'll play Olivia Rodrigo, Taylor Swift's Betty, and or anything by Ani DeFranco.
Wait,
that's all I'm asking.
Jolene, be quiet.
Okay.
Alexa, play Pump Up the Jam.
Oh no, people are gonna hate you. Pump up the jam.
Pump it up while your feet are stumping.
And the jam is pumping. Look at him, the crowd is jumping. Pump it
Get
up.
the
A little
party
more.
going.
Get the party going on the dance floor. You see, because that's where the party's at, and you'll find out.
And that's where you do that.
Yes, we're on the fun tonight. Make my day.
Make my day.
Make my day. Make my day. Make
Beth
my day.
G, I was in Melbourne, Florida as a child. Did Pump Up the Jam work? Oh my God.
Sorry, Deidre.
I feel like I have so much power.
Sorry, Cammy. Oh my gosh. Okay, Leslie, pretty much everybody's.
Oh, I love that.
You're
for
very
me.
powerful.
Ooh, I'm power hungry now. I don't know how I'm going to wield this responsibly.
You're going to have to. Everybody.
Yeah, wait. Bower of Power. It's Dina Deadly. Yes. The pump theme. Dina Deadly. It's Dina Deadly. It's
I didn't
called,
know that.
what's it called? Something. It's called something. But it's Dina Deadly. But it
Raise
looks
Your
like
Glass?
Diana. Raise Your Glass. That's it.
Is it Raise a Glass? Raise a Glass.
I think it's Raise Your...
Because I'm thinking of Raise Your Glass if you
Raise
want
blank
one.
glass.
We will never be. Okay, sorry.
Oh, you're pink.
I was pinking. I was pinking out, you guys.
It's okay.
All right.
Just Like a Pill is my favorite Pink song, in case you're wondering.
That's my favorite Pink song. Making it better. You make me. Yeah. Just like
We're gonna be here for another 2 hours. Thanks a
Oh my
lot.
God. Thanks. Now we have to sing that song.
Where I
otherwise-
can run.
as fast as I can to the middle of nowhere, to the middle of my frustration. Just like a pill, instead of making me better.
This is your guys' fault. Okay?
Run as fast as I can. Okay, sorry.
This is y'all's fault. It's not mine.
It's my fault. I shouldn't have said
you-
that. But that is the best Pink song. That and have you ever fed a lover with just your hands? And I was like, no, I've never done that. But I bet that. Close your eyes and trust it. Just trust it.
See, Pink. Once Pink got into her, like, I don't know. Once she was like not mad anymore, I kind of, you know,
she
was
might
too
be mad
positive.
again because she
was a
went
little-
through
She
a
was
divorce.
A little too
Is
uplifted.
she?
From Carrie.
Are they divorced? Did I just make that up? They almost did
Well,
back in the
they
day. I
were
know, but I
together,
think
and then they broke up, and then they were together again. I met him at a club in Orlando.
did he hit on you?
No.
Of course, he wouldn't do that.
No, he
Because
didn't
he-
hit on me, but I
He's
probably
loyal
hit
to
on him.
Pink.
I probably hit on him. I don't know if they were together, but he signed my T-shirt because I was a hoe.
I was like, gonna say he signed my.
No, he
titties.
signed. It was on my shoulder and my shirt, but I was wearing a big black, like Rob Dyrdek, like big, like DC.
Not
big
Rob.
black-
Oh,
Rob Dyrdek was like my number one like fantasy man when I was living in Orlando, and then I was like, I'm gonna move to California someday, and I'm gonna meet him. I just know it. And then
Now
I
you
did.
we can't
Years
get him
later-
off
wait,
of
no,
MTV.
No, wait. Years later, I've moved beyond Rob Dyrdek. Right, I'm working at NBC. I'm doing whatever I need to do. I go to a tanning salon.
Not a tanning. Full circle. Callback.
There was a Coffee Bean, a gym, a women's only gym, tanning salon, all in this little and a Sweet Green. So
Where were you? Were you on Santa Monica or something? Oh,
in
you're
Studio City, right on Ventura Boulevard. South of Ventura, just to be clear. Right up behind from where Jax's fake bar attached to Rocco's is. So I'm in this tanning salon, like waiting for my turn for like a spray tan or whatever. Rob Dyrdek walks out. And I'm like, this is, I can't not say something. Just to give you an idea, I left Florida in 2009. So whenever Rob and Big was actively like on TV were the years prior to that, and I was like, I love him. Rest in peace, Big Black. So then now this tanning salon situation is happening in like, I want to say 2014. And I'm like, oh my God. And he was there with his now wife. And I was like, I can't sit here and I can't let this go. I have to get up. So I got up and I went outside and I was like, hi. I'm such a big fan. And then I like said some shit just to make her more, I was like, I love you two together, like such a cute couple, because her name's Brianna Dyrdek. I was like, I love you together.
Love you, Brianna.
But we both have a tattoo that says relentless. And I was like, it's on the bottom of my foot. It's on the arch of my foot. So I couldn't show it to him because I had Chucks on too. And I was like, I can't undo my shoes and socks. Chucks take a really long time to get on and off. But
I love all the detail.
Yeah.
For him.
So, yeah, I know. But he was like, yes, it says relentless. Yes. So I just asked, like, can you take a picture of us? I'm just a huge fan. So Brianna took a picture of us, and then he was so nice. And then like we went about our merry way. But my picture with him, I look insane. I'm like, and he's just standing there all nice, like, and I'm like,
you have to post it. Is it on your Insta?
It is, but you gotta scroll deep. But like, dude, like I just was like, oh. And then he left and I went back in. It was time for my tan. And I just was like,
So Rob was tanning with Brianna there?
yes, they were getting spray tans. I'm like, of course. Now I'm getting my life. I'm telling. No, who does that happen to? And then I just, it was just incredible.
That is just ridiculousness, I have to say.
It was ridiculousness. And by the way, that man purchased fucking MTV's entire schedule.
How
like
did
for
he
facts.
Did he do that? How did he get a hold
did.
of MTV? Because it's horrible. No offense,
he
Rob.
did.
No offense, all offense.
There's somebody. There's a YouTuber. I forget. I think it might be Patrick CC. I don't know if you know who that is. It's like Patrick space CC : Patrick CC. I think.
Wait, is that the guy that does like those? He does like documentaries about people. I think I subscribe to him.
Yeah,
he has like a cartoon avatar.
Yes, and he has a very, but he's like a normal guy.
He's British.
He like shows his face. No, he's not British. You might be thinking of a guy with a V, Vitali, but Patrick CC. I think it's him. If it's not, I'll find it. Camille. It was not in a bed. He got a spray tan. Okay, we're not gonna. It was a spray tan.
And
it was a spray tan. There was no poop opportunity. Okay.
Stand up.
Okay, listen. I believe it was Patrick CC, and it was like how Rob Dyrdek controlled MTV or bought MTV or something like that.
I do follow that guy. Wait, hold on. Patrick CC? Yes, I subscribe to him. I watch Patrick. That's what I'm talking about. I'm thinking of a different
He's good.
British
He has
guy,
a good like voice that's not like yelling
he does
at me.
Such great videos.
Yeah, so there's one about that. If it is him, whatever video I'm talking about is like going through Rob Dyrdek's initial. Oh, thank you. It was Patrick CC. How Rob Dyrdek bought MTV. So it goes through his initial agreement when he did Robin Big.
I'll drop his
and
channel.
His like
he needs
DC,
subscribers.
His
he only
DC
has a million
shoes, and he only has a million. And his DC shoes, and then when they did Robin Big, and then when they did Ridiculousness, and then when they did whatever. There was a show in between that and Ridiculousness, the Fun Factory or whatever. Rob Dyrdek's Fun Factory or Fantasy Factory.
I think I watched this video and I was shocked at the fortune that Rob has amassed. I was like, holy shit.
Dude,
and I only knew because of Patrick
double-digit millions. Like double.
And then I was like,
millions.
he is all of a sudden very attractive. I was very attracted to him
Rob
after
Dyrdek
that. Before
Patrick
never.
CC?
No, Rob with the
well,
fortune
okay,
he amassed.
I'm ahead of the trend as always.
Well, only because of the money. I will tell you, I very much Lala in that moment. I thought, wow, that woman is lucky. Wow, she's lucky.
Brianna
is so
Dyrdek.
Lucky.
Well, I sent you my clipped video. I'll send you my Rob Dyrdek picture because I look like a absolute psychopath. But I stand by. I don't look like a psychopath. I just look really excited, and he looks very appropriate because he's standing there with like his arms down. His arms aren't around me or anything. He's like,
can we just share it real quick?
What?
The picture of you and Rob?
Yeah, I gotta go get it. I'm scrolling. Okay. I'm gonna be sitting here.
So I'm going to post the link. Someone asked for the Disrespectfully podcast link, and I will post that right here in the live chat if you want to support Katie and Dana, obviously. Support the ladies, the Disrespectfully podcast, and also you can find it, obviously, if you search on iTunes, wherever you get your podcast. Are we talking about Ozempic now? No, we're not.
No, we're not.
We're not talking about Ozempic. Let's go in there. No, we are not.
People keep saying that about Sheena because her face is so skinny. I'm like, Sheena's literally like a small person.
She's always been small. Yeah, I don't think she's on Ozempic.
This way.
No.
Like she would.
Now, Erica Jane, that is some Ozempic. That's Ozempic.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm getting there. I'm getting closer. Oh.
Jolene, are you going live tomorrow? Yes. What is today? Today's Wednesday. Yes, I'll be live tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the Summer House finale, the Carl and Lindsay breakup.
I know.
Finally.
I'm like a couple episodes behind.
Catch up because Carl's fucking off. The first half of the season made Lindsay look bad, and now Carl looks real.
Because at first I was like, oh my God, Lindsay,
I got it. I got it. I found it.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you look crazy.
I just sent it to you.
Send it to me and then we'll share it on the big screen. So
yeah, like however you want to do it. And look at my caption is fucking March 23rd, 2015. 2015.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it.
You have no idea how long I have waited for this moment.
For a moment like this, some people wait a lifetime.
Are you gonna put it up here?
Oh, I'm putting it up. I'm putting it up. We're putting it up. We are putting it up. We are going to see the biggest moment in Christina Cocca's life. Okay.
Bigger than when I smoked weed with Snoop Dogg.
You look like his proud sister or something. You know, you look too young to be his mom, but you look like my baby boy just
But
did
don't we look
something.
tan?
Very tan. You look very tan. And he looks very tan. And Christina writes, you have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. I am still shaking with 7 exclamation points. I dreamed of this day from my couch in Orlando. 8 exclamation points. Ah! With an ah.
Bro, I meant it.
I love this. How do
Yes,
I'm on
Nicole, the Snoop
light.
story is for another time. I cannot do that.
Oh my gosh. But it almost looks like you guys are family. This seems like a familial
I'm his
picture.
cousin.
You're
I'm
his cousin, and you're like, Rob is killing it. You know, you're his cousin Janice from Kansas City, and you're so
Look at my
excited for
cousin
him.
with his big gold watch. Yeah.
Yay! Oh, you guys look so cute. You do look so happy, Christina.
I was so.
Like and you look so California. So adorably California and tan.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh. And Rob is just like protecting his genitals for some reason.
Well, his now wife was taking that photo.
He
Brianna,
had a
the girl was
boner.
taking the
Allegedly,
photo.
he had a boner.
Do you have my clip video? That's even better.
No, where did you send it to me?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Oh my god. Clap.
The Snoop story, people really just we got high together, okay? That's it.
Okay. And
That's all.
that's it? That can't be it.
That's not it, but it takes
Okay.
a long time to tell the story, and I can't get into it.
Christina's gonna put that on her Patreon. Okay.
No.
That is
I do have a Patreon that
That's
is in like
behind
in
a
draft-
paywall.
It's in
Oh my
it's
God,
in
you look
draft mode.
so cute in the Welcome to Lala Land or the Lala Land. Oh my god, I love it so much.
What?
I love it. In your
Welcome to
sorry,
Lala.
I didn't. You know what's the brand called? The
Lala.
Yeah, but it's like
Lala.
I thought it was
Isn't
like
that a good
Welcome to Lala.
Isn't
It's the
that
best.
a good outfit for Dorinda?
It's perfect outfit for Dorinda. Oh my god, look at your clip. We can't. I don't think we can. We hear
You
it.
fool.
You fool! You fool! You fool!
You stop.
You fool!
Stop.
I love it.
Lisa,
I'm
that's
not
right. Just wait until I take
Ooh.
Ambien. You'll get the Snoop story.
This
Just kidding.
is
That's not funny.
So,
And the fish. Look at the fish display.
oh yeah.
And
Those
her
clams?
fingerless gloves.
And Dorinda is such like a Jane Fonda workout goals. Like her little
She's-
body is.
I'm
just,
telling you, she looks like Princess Diana and Lady Gaga in one person. And the you fool thing, I'm telling you,
You
Shelly
fool.
Marie, I didn't know that she was going to keep going in the clip bit. I thought we were just saying clip, and then that was it. And then her face was like,
Yeah, and then she says, "You fool!"
and then I'm like,
she like
oh, we're
points
going
at you.
yeah. It was, I
And
was like,
you
oh my
picked
God.
it up. Have you taken improv classes? Because you were mirroring her very well. You were like,
Absolutely
"You
not. That is
fool."
my absolute worst fucking nightmare ever on planet Earth. I would never, ever,
It's-
ever.
You've
No.
never done bunny.
I don't know what
Ticky-tacky,
that is.
Ticky-tacky. It's a thing. It's a thing.
All I know is the yes and thing.
Oh, you have to yes and yeah. Oh, you.
But
gotta
I
yes
can't.
and.
I can't. Somebody asked me if I would ever do like stand up comedy because I'm allegedly funny, but
You
I
should.
can't. No, I can't.
We need more
no.
women.
As soon as there's a camera on me and I know that it's there, I literally turn into Gollum from Lord of the Rings, and I cannot. I don't know how to smile. I don't know how to.
Precious.
No, I literally. There's pictures of me. I was talking about this on my Ambien live the other night. There's pictures of me in the Bahamas, and my friend's trying to take a hot bikini picture, and she's like, "Okay, I'm taking a photo. Like we're so hot," and I'm like in the background of my bikini, like. I swear to God, I'll send you.
You could protect the ring.
And I can't. I don't. It's if I know it's there, if I know the camera's there, I'm like, oh, like I could be having my hottest moment ever in my life, the hottest I've ever looked. And as soon as somebody's like, I'm gonna take a picture, I'm like, I can't do it. It makes me so uncomfortable.
That's why I just like to
Ambient live.
control
Let's
the
just
camera
call it
myself.
the ambient.
Check out the ambient live.
The first 2 hours were fine. Then, but I can't. What am I gonna? I can't.
Then it got really fun.
I
then it got
thought
really
there was a
fun.
man next to me telling me what to do.
But did you ever think maybe there was?
There probably was.
Is your place haunted?
I know there's a camera on me right now, but that's different. It's real time. I'm not like practicing a joke. You know, it's different.
No, I get it.
And
I get it.
also, when I'm live, I don't think about the fact that this will live past its live
Nor
life.
should you.
And
Nor
that's
should you.
what allows me to do it. Okay.
Because if you actually
Otherwise-
did think about what we're doing and the fact that it could live on and people screen record and save and they'll always find your stuff, no one would ever want to
Jolene,
do this.
First, you got Alexa in the kitchen, stuck there in your fucking patriarchal society, and now you're making me feel bad about live streaming, and it's really rude, and I love you anyway.
We love it. We love it though. I mean, it's just, I can understand only with how I would show up, how you talk about pictures is how I would show up to auditions in LA. So I just stopped auditioning because I felt really free at first. And then as I started getting feedback, it was like, it was horrible. And so then one day they were like, okay, you are changing a tire. And in the moment I put it and they have the camera on you.
You're like on all fours. Like,
yes. And
"Partner,
I'm like,
Daddy."
first of all, I've changed actual tires before, but I just didn't know what to do. And I just started going, changing a tire. And I have no idea.
I don't even know what.
I can't do space work. I just pretend I had a tire iron. I just said changing a tire. Needless to say, I didn't get a call back. I wasn't put on a veil. Nothing ever happened. But I just started really hating doing those things because I felt so exposed.
Yeah, like this. Yeah. Now everybody's talking about sleeping medicine, and I'm sorry for starting that conversation. But at the same time, one of the things I do like about the comment section of my own live streams is that people are like, oh, I tried that. How did it work for you? And then somebody will be like, no, it made me this. Oh, it made me that too. And this worked a lot better for me. And it's this whole like medication openness review thing. And it just, that makes me, I don't love that we all need meds, but I'm happy that at least people feel safe discussing them. Like it's okay. So somebody being like, trazodone's better than, listen, trazodone is what the vet gives me for bubs when we travel. So I don't know if it will work for me. But anyway, there's just a lot of, I'm sorry for prompting a pill discussion.
I just talked about that yesterday, and I felt so I felt really supported by everyone in the chat because there's been a shortage of the Vyvanse, of the medication I'm on.
Oh my God.
So I have been, today's the first day I've actually taken it in so long because
that's
they've
why
been
we're having
out of
such a
it.
good
Yeah. Normally it's just, oh my God, a shit show with me. But and people were saying, oh, I take Vyvanse, or I take this, or I take that. And I was really feeling like headaches and I didn't feel well.
Mm-hmm.
And even just saying that, because I've had people before like manipulate my words when I've shared about mental health here on YouTube and then edit the video to make me to try to say that I was admitting to being someone who abused drugs when I was just talking about the different kind of antidepressants that they had put me on through the years. People are really weird, but you have to, the thing with YouTube is those things can happen and it can't stop you from sharing your truth, but it did definitely make me a little more guarded. So yesterday sharing that about the Vyvanse was very nice to have people like reassuring and being like, oh yes, I felt those same ways. And I too would get headaches or this, or I've been out of Vyvanse too. So it's just like being able to kind of commiserate with people about this kind of stuff.
I had to talk to my therapist about this actually. When I was like, oh, Jolene, I talked about you to
I
my
love that you
therapist.
talked about me. I feel like so
in a
special.
positive way.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, there's so much stuff that I don't realize until I'm having to explain it to her during therapy, which one of the things was like, when I would do, obviously I've live streamed a lot on TikTok, but then it goes away. I can access it for a period of time, but it doesn't like post. And so now on YouTube, it's there. It's there. And it's recorded. And you can watch it back if you were not there for it live. And I'm like having to like adjust to knowing that and like being okay with that. And
it is an adjustment for sure.
It's just a whole thing. But yeah, I'm going through.
Lisa
I mean, I've tried.
That was cute.
I've tried Vyvanse.
I was crying.
It's not for me. I'm an Adderall person, but I do think I'm getting some kind of generic Adderall that's putting me to sleep, and it's not. Like,
see, Adderall like was not for me. It made me violent, and I don't know if that's normal. But I threw a wee machine through a closet door. My husband came home. He goes, "What happened?" I go, "I don't know. It was just it was too much." And I guess people can have that kind of reaction. Wow. So I've tried something else, and then Vyvanse has been the one. The only thing I don't still like is like the crash factor of these meds. I feel like.
See, I've heard that Vyvanse is like the crash is more mild, but with Vyvanse the ramp up is too. It's not obvious enough for me. It's too like
it's too gradual.
Yeah, like I need to know, at least I need to know when the gas pedal's getting hit. Like so then I like, and that sounds bad, but it's like I at least need to know, not even the gas pedal, it's just like, oh, okay, the switch is flipped on now.
Well, they say the height. I see what you're saying. They say that I think the height, because now that my husband's going to school to be an RN, he had a drug book and we were looking it up, and it was like Vyvanse, I think, within like the first hour or two. And so I took one to see it, and it was like pretty damn accurate.
Yeah.
Then I could.
And Adderall's like 30 minutes or something. It depends.
Adderall was just, it was,
immediately.
I felt like I was going to just take over the world and fall asleep at the same time and beat somebody up. It was a lot.
And again, not everything is for everyone. The Ambien Live was kind of, oh my God, jippity bip. The Ambien Live was kind of meta though, because I was like, is there a man telling us what to do as a patriarchy? This is so, it's so horrifying for me to watch, and I hate it, and I really
You can edit that part out if you want to. There is an editing thing. Yeah. I'll tell you how on YouTube.
I thought I had to delete the whole thing. Oh my God.
Oh no, baby girl.
I really don't like it. No. I really don't like it being there.
Let's take it out. Let's take it out. Fuck it.
Because I also just like, vanity is one thing, and I have a very strong level of that. Okay, it runs in the family. I blame my dad. But but also, like, I don't want to give a bad name to meds, you know?
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's basically, it goes on a person by person basis how you're going to react. It's the same way when they put you under, like for like a surgery or like local anesthesia or something. How you react to that, it depends on the person. So
anesthesia,
7 months. Oh my God, Linda Bass, I'm so sorry. That's horrible.
I wasn't going to say anything important about it.
What were you going to say?
Oh my God, it was really bad what I was going to say. It was just that I understand why Michael Jackson wanted it all the time. Because
but he had that one. I had a colonoscopy and I got that drug one time, and that's what I got during my colonoscopy. I was thanking the nurses. My husband took me to the colonoscopy, and I said, "This has been such a wonderful experience." So that was the Michael Jackson drug. I get it. Yes.
And I said, "Is this what they gave?" Okay, as I was going under, I said, "Is this what they gave Michael Jackson?" Then I was like freaking out, and the anesthesiologist said, "You're doing great." And I said, this was the last thing I said before I went, was, "I bet you tell it to all the girls." And then I went asleep.
Oh, I told them they had to hit me twice, and they were like, "No, usually one's enough." And I said, "Not for this gal."
I just wish I could feel the feeling of it happening for more than 5 seconds. Like, it just is so. And that
like
sounds really like. Oh, don't talk about whippets, please.
I don't know.
I don't like that I don't love that I loved that feeling, but I did. And listen, it's great that it probably is great that it was only for 5 seconds, because nobody should live feeling that way, because it's too good and it's not real.
It's not real. No one can. You can't keep that.
It's not real.
You can't
It isn't.
sustain it. But I will tell you that Twilight drug. My mom even talks about it. Nana, she was like, "Oh God, the Twilight drug," because she was a recovering alcoholic too, and she's like, "Oh Jesus." So I'm like, right. And I'm so looking forward to my next colonoscopy, because this is when I was 30. Now next year, the prep for it was horrible, but when you get hit with the Twilight, you're like,
yeah.
Okay.
There was one. I don't watch these because I cannot stomach it, but there was it was just like a preview clip back in the 2000s of these shows for a plastic surgery show, and there was a girl going under, and she was like being wheeled away. She was like getting a boob job or something, and she goes, "They need this shit on the street. I would buy this off the street." It would be a decade before I ever understood what she meant. But now I understand.
Oh no, poor girl. They need to suffer the stress.
I saw my sister on the street. Oh my God, I would buy this. She was super tan. She had no eyebrow hair. She bleached blonde. It just was like everybody in that moment of time. I would buy this street. And I was like, what does that feel like? What does that feel like? And now I know. And I would also buy that shit off the street, but I'm not going to, because it's not allowed.
Nope, it's very illegal, and it feels like it's like the girl from Intervention. Remember that? I feel like I'm walking on sunshine.
I don't watch I can't watch I can't watch TLC in general. I don't.
She was a success story, but she was a fan of the dust off, and she got off of it.
Her intervention worked.
It worked, and she, I think, went on to help people. But she had this one scene, and it became iconic. And it was like, I feel like I'm walking on sunshine. And me and my mom say it to each other regularly, because as sober gals, we get it. There is a point of intoxication where you feel like you're walking on sunshine, and then it's downhill.
It literally, and then, because as soon as you feel that is the point that you could stop drinking and have a good time the whole rest of the night, even if you didn't have any more. But my issue is then that's when I'm like, let's get shot.
And it's take it further down the road.
Yeah, you could just stop right then. So I'm not a sober person, if you guys can tell from my other live streams. But I respect it, and I've been for the last couple of years just working on my relationship with alcohol, my awareness of drinking and things like that. I have experience with AA and sobriety and addiction and non-sobriety and stuff, and my family and my personal life, and I'm just trying to figure out whatever my connection is to all of that.
I think that's really smart, because we don't have those conversations, and we really are not taught about social drinking or healthy drinking at any point, or knowing your limits. It's basically balls to the wall. What? We're 21. I remember they still had Power Hour when I turned 21. That means you could go to the bar.
I have talked about.
Did you have Power Hour when you turned 21?
Well, no. The thing I've talked about is there was a drinking game that I think was called Power Hour, which was a shot of beer every minute, and whoever could last the longest wins.
It's you don't.
And I won,
kids. You
by
win
barfing.
Honestly, you win by throwing up or alcohol poisoning.
It was during the only reason I remember this so clearly is because, and ironically, because I remember it. Is because it was during the Janet Jackson nipple Super Bowl, and I had looked away for the second the nipple showed, because I was so shit-faced.
Look what alcohol can do, kids. You will miss out on nipple games.
I missed it. I mean, have I been able to rewatch it since? Yes, I have my ways. But I was over the toilet most of that night, and from taking shots because it sounds so there's no way that's going to fuck me up. I'm taking a shot of beer.
But
And I
it's
was
like,
6. What was I?
yes, it will.
16. I was 16. Like it's just you've been very judicious with your drinking. I've been very judicious with my drinking.
No, Power
What is
Hour
that
we
from?
had back in the day where when you were turning 21, the midnight when you turned 21, you could get into the bar. And at the time the bars closed at 1 a.m. in Minnesota, you would have to go to Wisconsin for 2 a.m. and you would have that hour. So you would get as drunk as you could. And basically people would buy you shots. And I like my Power Hour, I was so wrecked. I was like downtown Minneapolis. I think I was in like Dinkytown by like.
See, I think I just did that without the endorsement from the bar.
Well, they had to change the laws, I think, because people were getting so messed up.
To say they had to change the locks, so I couldn't get it.
They had to change the locks because I kept coming back saying, "It's my Power Hour."
Can you tell that the sun is going down? Like my lighting is.
It is very.
Oh,
nice.
it is a Katie Maloney quote. Thank you. I've been very judicious with my drinking.
By drinking. Okay, that did sound very.
I was like,
familiar.
where is that from?
Invisible, thank you so much. Okay, we
I'm
got to
just
wrap
gonna-
this up.
Yeah,
I could talk to you
I
forever,
know.
but we are
I
on
know.
4.5 hours, which I think is
Oh my-
amazing.
Ooh.
My
Well,
AirPod is about to die. It gave me
I
the
know.
last.
I started the. I can't believe my headphones are still working. But I started the live stream with them plugged in to charge. So I was like, oh, these
my
are gonna die.
gosh.
But now they're unplugged.
Well, someone said we need to have a weekly show called Choke. So everybody go to Spotify
Choke?
and pitch us. Yeah,
Called
like how
Choke?
Katie said you can choke, you know? Go choke. I
choke.
don't care.
I don't
Go
care.
choke. I don't care. That is me and Christina's
it.
new show. Go pitch it to Spotify and whoever. And tell us once you sell it. And then we'll be on board.
Oh my God, Brittany Gerd Cartwright. I love the word
Not
Gerd.
Brittany Gerd. Oh.
I hate the word GERD, but like I really love the word GERD because it's also like, what is it? An acronym? It's like gastrointestinal. It's something. It's something. It's something.
Oh my God, I don't even know.
It's Brittany.
It's not that thing that Bobby Hill had in his foot. That's gout. GERD is different. GERD is when it's coming
I
up.
don't think that's gout either.
I think he had gout. I think Bobby Hill had gout.
It's not called gout.
It's not called gout?
I don't think it's called gout. It's
think it's
called like
gout.
something worse. It's called like
Gourd? No.
gout.
I think it's gout. Let me Google it. Did Bobby Hill have gout? My Google search. Oh my God. I said how. Did Bobby Hill have
Reflux
gout?
capacitor. Oh my God. I'm going to watch
Bobby
that. Marty
Hill.
Gout.
Wow.
It's
Bobby
gout.
Hill,
That's the word.
Yes, comes down with a case of gout when he
I have
became
to
addicted to
pee
deli food.
I have a urinary tract infection after this.
All right, go.
Oh
Everyone
my
treat your
gourd.
UTIs.
Oh my gourd. That's what I say is gourd,
Christina-
like a pumpkin. Gourd.
Oh my girl, or my gourd.
Oh my
gourd.
gourd.
All right, Christina, thank you so much. This was
Thank
incredibly
you.
fun. Next time we'll go 5 hours. We'll just keep going. Stay here
These
as
comments, I
we
can't
give the
turn
as we
them
do the.
off.
Tell us everywhere people can find you, Christina, as we close it out. Tell us all
Oh
the
my God.
things.
GERD.org.
GOOGLE. G.
Like Kim Zolciak. You can
Research
find everything
me,
you want
you'll
if you Google
find
me, but
click them keys
tap
and
keys
Google,
and
me.
Google me. You're
Gee.
the only one who ever gets that goddamn joke.
That's my favorite housewife song of all time. Is Google me.
Well, and she was so pregnant on Watch What Happens Live when she performed it, sitting on a step stool, or not a step stool, like a bar stool, and she was like, Anyway, yeah, I'm Christina Cocca. It's pronounced Coca, like Coca-Cola with two
Coca-Cola.
C's. And it's spelled like Coca-Cola with two C's, C-O-C-C-A. And I'm Coca on YouTube and TikTok. And then I'm Coca on Instagram. And you can find me there.
Find her and subscribe because you are like really headed to 10K subs.
It's happening.
such-
It all happened so fast.
Happening so
Here, I'll say in the chat, hi.
Where are you at?
And then you
Let
can
me-
just click
I'm gonna look
me.
and see where you're
It
at.
says, hi.
Christina Cocca is
6,000?
currently at.
Six-
You're at 6,700. Yeah,
Whoa.
6.75K
Wow.
subbies.
Cool.
That's amazing. We're killing it, you guys. This is what success looks like. It's all happening, you guys. So here's Christina. Click on her, subscribe to her. We'll be back very soon. Christina, stay here with me. So I'll let you go pee ultimately. But you guys hit that like, comment after it posts. Thank you to all the super chatters. You guys are amazing. Shout out to my mod. Shout out to everyone who joined us for this 4.5 hours.
Oh my God.
I
knew
this
it would
is
be a
the
while.
time of
I
our-
knew
yeah.
it would be. That's why I'm glad I
we're
picked my
gossip
couch
girls.
instead of.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah, we
Yeah.
both have UTIs. So if you want to cash
I'm gonna
out
go get my
us for our
cranberry juice.
medications, yeah, we got to get
Cash app.
Azo and all the stuff. All right. You guys, you're fantastic. I'll be back soon with another No Offense, All Offense. And until then, always remember to enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Bye.